know, I 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 know. I'm gonna cry. Before I
Yeah.
start playing this video, let's make sure.
Holy God.
Logan, you can see that, right?
It looks like it's in 240p.
Apparently,
Holy. Okay,
apparently it
we're
was
good now.
not. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, we're good now.
Ooh.
What?
Well, I mean, it was
Do
kind
we
of.
already have mods? Because this is not a real. That is not a real
I
skin.
was actually gonna say, like, what fucking
What? That
skin
hit
is
me from
that?
all the way over there? That hit me from all the way over there?
Okay.
That hit me from
Faded.
all the way over there?
All the way over there?
This
These characters.
Whiny,
Yeah, he
whiny,
modded those.
whine.
He modded those. That's. You have no room to complain, sir.
I know I don't, but goddamn.
Fucking hell, bro. Yeah, he modded that because his burst was red. I don't know how he modded the PlayStation version because that's what that was.
Okay.
But
I don't know.
oh, hey, we can. That's a fucking hour. Hold on,
Yeah, his Guilty Gear lore are fucking long.
Wooly. I need this
Well,
one.
actually, on his last on the last podcast he did with Pat, they talked about how he's like, yeah, these last two are gonna be long as hell.
Yeah, well, why not? You don't know anything about anything, so.
Kind of things, but
7
yeah.
AD, the end of the Cradle Incident. 4 members of the Conclave, led by Cronus, were determined to be the ones responsible for Justice Resurrection attack. But thanks to
Justice!
Sol and his team's efforts, they did not prevail. Of the 4 Conclave members, only Cronus survives. Ever since the dawn of revival,
Yeah.
mankind has been under constant attack by what is known only as the Universal Will.
Yeah, man, fuck that.
And yet, mankind was strong. They overcame the countless crises bestowed upon them, and are welcoming the new era with open arms.
Oh, yeah, they are? Is that what's going on? So do you know, you know literally, like, basically nothing about Guilty Gear lore, right?
I know some, but only the stuff you've told me, basically.
Alright, so we're actually going to go ahead and hit the beginning of this. Numero uno.
Guilty Gear is a badass, beloved fighting game series.
It
that's
is.
been
Hell
keeping
yeah,
it
it
metal
is.
Since 1998.
Oh, yeah.
The gameplay, music,
I like how the
characters,
stream is titled The
album
Best
cover
JRPG
changes
Story
are blazing
Ever.
the
Here we
style
are.
of the best described as.
Yep, exactly.
Over the years, each new game gave us a glimpse into its world. But if you're like me, at some point you probably had this moment.
We got 2 viewers. How we already have 2 viewers? We're not doing anything. I'm sorry, y'all.
Literally not.
I'm
doing
sorry.
This is the coolest shit I've ever seen.
Bad end.
I have no idea what's going on. Nope, it's not just you. With the newest game, Guilty Gear Strive,
That's Nagoriyuki.
the desire to catch up on the lore
Leg out.
before the next chapter begins is real.
Wow.
There's a
So,
crazy amount of things happening in this story.
Real quick, would you like to know the deal with Nagoriyuki?
Sure.
He exists and he kicks ass.
In so
Done.
many bits and pieces,
That's it.
spread
That's
across
his
a
lore.
collection of
That is
paintings,
actually his
manga,
lore.
light
He
novels,
exists
Love
and
it.
he rocks.
and yes, even pachinko machines, that it's an almost
Yeah.
unreasonable task to put the pieces together. Almost.
So, what is with
I
fighting
finally
games
finished.
having the
I've done
most
legwork, and I found that
insane,
one untranslated full picture
uncomprehensible
page containing that short story,
lore
the
ever?
one
Like, what is it
important
about it? Because
so
Street
that
Fighter
you
lore
know-
doesn't make sense.
I put all my
Actually,
Oh,
Street
God.
Fighter, Tekken, and Soul Calibur lore are all connected through crossovers and are all canon.
Batman himself.
Soul Calibur lore scares the hell out of me.
To understand
It doesn't make sense.
revelations,
It
signs,
scares the It scares me more than Kingdom Hearts lore. Because I just give up on Kingdom Hearts lore, and I actually try to understand like
how the
every
world
other
came
lore.
to an end.
Kingdom Hearts lore, they just rename stuff
To heaven or hell.
for no reason.
Yeah.
So that's why that's confusing. They just rename stuff and then add stuff that doesn't need to be named. That's why that's confusing.
Get ready to.
Soul Calibur lore doesn't make sense.
hmm Awesome. Okay, cool.
Mankind has succeeded in achieving the dream of a natural.
Okay, so this font that he
limitless
has, you notice? Okay, this is me being a graphic designer right now, right? So you notice how like there's really weird spacing in between some of these letters?
Yeah.
You can't fix that.
I love it.
You can't. So I actually have this font. It's called Red. Let me see if I can actually open up Photoshop real quick. Hold on. Yeah, look at this break screen, y'all. Give me 1 second to see if I can open up Photoshop and show you what this looks like, because it's insane.
Yeah, hopefully Photoshop doesn't take 40 years to open.
How wonky it's not. Photoshop won't take forever. It's Adobe Creative Suite itself that will take 8 years for it to open.
Yeah, that's fair point. Fair point.
But Dad, I just want to open up the game. But Dad, okay, here it comes. Here it come, y'all. Here it come. Here it, you can tell I've had caffeine. Here they come, y'all. Here they come. You can get with this, or you. What do you mean you're here? Oh my God! Could you go slower? Here they come, y'all. Here they come. Here they come, y'all. Here they come. 3 hours and 28 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna start looking at you. It
was the dawn of
you can still see, right?
of magic. It was
Sure
the
can.
end of
Okay,
history.
cool.
1221 AD.
Oh yeah.
The end of the Fifth Crusade of the Holy Roman Empire. An army of crusaders is massacred after failing to take Jerusalem. One knight almost escapes on horseback, but is hunted and killed with a
Salam.
volley of arrows. Awakening suddenly in
That's
the
his full name?
Salem?
of mirrors,
Ja Rule Salam.
his body is pierced
That's his
endlessly
name. That's his full
until
name.
he experiences
Confirm?
the maximum human pain threshold before blacking out. The knight reawakens in the world of the living, reborn in a pool of his own blood. Rejected by Valhalla, he finds that he can no longer age and no longer die.
That's metal.
1945.
It is very
AD.
metal. I like it.
After World War II, the United Nations is founded.
Oh yes.
1956 AD. The International Police Force is founded. 1998 AD.
It's when we're
A
born.
descendant of vampire
Yeah.
lineage named Slayer exists in this world as the last of his kind. He creates a secret society known as the Assassin's Syndicate. Its primary goal is to punish those outside of the law.
Look
and
at my
to
dude
maintain
Slayer,
social
just
order
chilling.
by removal of corrupt leaders.
Yeah.
That's my dude
By
Slayer.
a code.
He boolin'.
Eliminating the target comes before all else. Even preserving one's life. I can't read. You know what it is?
Are you asking me what this is? It's like the Creed.
Oh no. Do you know what the answer to this? It's dandyism, bruh. It's being stylish.
1999 AD.
They said it's not strength, speed, cunning that will decide the outcome of the battle. The outcome of the battle will always be decided by dandyism. In other words, it will always be decided by how swag you look, my friend.
It will be decided by drip.
It'll be decided by drip.
I'm sorry, but is every fight then drip or drown?
Drip or drown. Trip or drown. Mankind knew they could not survive the style beasts.
I can't. This is perfect. This is too good.
Drip or drown. Let's rock.
The dawn of revival.
Let's
On
style.
December 31st at midnight, there was concern that a Y2K bug would lead to problems with old computers. What wasn't expected, however, was all technology suddenly becoming erratic for hours, followed by an unknown entity attempting to manifest itself into reality. What was being birthed at this time is unclear, but all of humanity felt the coming of a divine will. Before this god could manifest, however, it suddenly and inexplicably stopped.
Fucking sick.
Stricken with an innate fear that this was a near-extinction event, humanity would never trust in technology again. With this sudden...
So imagine how crazy that is. 1998.
Mhm.
The world's technology just goes fucky wucky. It just goes magnets, and like everything just stops working. Your cell phone starts working. It's 1998, so you can have this, but cell phone starts working. Your computer stops working. TV stop working. Radio stop working. Cars stop working. All technology stops working. This includes stuff like regular technology, like guns and stuff like that.
Oh Jesus.
So everything just stops working. And then everything it just goes back to working.
Fucking great.
But in its darkest hour, mankind was saved by the arrival of the apostles. Emerging from parts unknown, 5 powerful mages arrive and bring hope in the form of knowledge. Humanity is introduced to the concept of magic, a limitless, clean source of energy that can be used to replace old reliance on technology. The apostles spend a decade teaching the ways of magic to all nations through their established organization, the Sanctus Maximus Populi. This newly formed global authority helps establish magic infrastructure across the whole world and introduces the magic particle theory, or mana, to the sciences. The structure of magic can be assessed, researched, and practically applied to fuel everyday life. The old way of life can not only be resumed, but surpassed.
It is canon that Leo has no idea how magic works.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Leo has no idea how magic works, which makes everything he does that much funnier, considering he's a fucking king, and he's not stupid. He actually, out of everybody in this whole entire series, actually, Leo might have the most common sense of everybody. He just doesn't get how magic works.
And thus begins the Age of Magic. The UN formally declares that magic is the new standard and hereby bans all analog technology from being used.
I love it. I love it.
Black technology.
So
fuck that technology shit.
So your PS5, black tech. Your computer, black tech.
Authority of the International Police Force. Not all nations are in compliance with the black tech contraband, however, as China initially rejects, but later joins.
Of course
India,
they did.
on the other hand, remains in disagreement and partially withdraws from the UN. The theory of magical science. As the scientific method can be applied to magical phenomena, the continued study of its nature leads to a breakdown of magic into 6 known types: fire, lightning, wind, water, light, and ki. Most human beings are capable of using at least one type. Ki magic is notable in particular, as it is raw energy powered by the spirit of the individual. Though it is the basis for all other types, ki is the least understood and most difficult to use.
I'm not sure if Will is going to explain this
The
in a second.
research of the apostles results in the provision of 660 spells fit for human use. 6 are deemed unfit and are thus forbidden.
So I guess he doesn't explain this, but chi, or the chi type of magic, is only used by Asian people. No one else, anyone who isn't Asian can't use it.
Jesus. Oh God, okay.
And most of them use it subconsciously. Like May, the reason why she can lift that giant anchor around is because she's using chi, and she doesn't realize it. But that's why she's like swole for no reason.
With their work done, the apostles take
Anji is
less
Asian,
active
so he can
role
use it.
by
Gem
forming
is
an advisory
Asian, so
group
she can
known
use it.
as the Conclave. Eventually, they're no longer seen or heard from in society. 2014 AD, the Gear Project begins.
Ooh.
Originally called the Ecosystem Evolution Project, a group of scientists in a certain country under Vince McDonnell begin top-secret research into genetically altering evolving humans on a cellular level, using the theory of magical science to fuse magic with DNA. It is theorized that through this method, mankind can advance to new heights. Though the country is not explicitly named,
ascend to heaven,
heavily
maybe
implied to be the
Or hell.
US.
Drip or drow. I'm never gonna unhear that now.
3 notable scientists are involved with the project.
You're welcome.
Frederick Bolsara, Aria Hale, and that man.
Oscar
The 3 met in
Arkreutz.
college and became best friends.
That a
sometimes
man.
discussing
That's
philosophy.
a man.
Frederick
So
and
his
Aria
name
followed
is a pun because Auska in Japanese is that man. So his name is literally a pun.
I hate it.
love. Though he was originally assigned to research a powerful spell known as Saint Oratorio, Frederick was instead transferred to the Gear Project. 2015 AD. The development of Gear Cell theory is complete. That man submits his findings to the US government under the conditions that 1. All data must be used peacefully and must not be weaponized. 2. All staff must have their well-being guaranteed. And 3. These conditions must be made known to the public to assure continuing government compliance.
I think that's smart.
2016 AD,
Yeah, it's genius.
Arya reveals that she's been diagnosed with an incurable illness 2 years prior. Her case is known as a TP infection and is terminal. Frederick and that man divert all attention to finding a cure or a way to preserve her until one is found. But
Now, some people actually don't know what terminal means. I'm sorry, I keep pausing it, but it's gonna happen. You've seen my reaction videos. You know what this is about. Some people don't know what terminal means. It means it's uncurable. You're basically about to die, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's it.
A prime example of this is a content creator that we both love, Little V. Recently went on hiatus for a little while because his mom had a terminal illness. I think it was probably cancer or something along those lines. And he did a video being like, "Hey, I'll be gone for a while. Terminal cancer. Bye, guys." And then he put another video semi-recently of him being like, "Yeah, I'm back. Also, none of y'all know what terminal means."
Yeah. She was dying.
Yeah, nothing we could do.
There's nothing.
Stop saying
you could,
get well soon.
Like.
Arya has accepted her fate.
So my point in saying that was, she's going to die. There was no cure. That's it. She's dead.
Yep. Moving on.
She wants to live out her remaining days with Frederick. He continues searching for the cure, but ultimately fails. 2016 AD. The first gear is created. As the project begins to show progress, numerous countries develop an interest in the project's potential results and begin contributing towards its funding. After promising results are seen on animals, the first major human clinical trial begins. Fusing stabilized gear cells with human cells, a new life form called a gear is created. It is later learned that the first human gear test subject was in fact Frederick, and that the process was carried out by that man. Upon his awakening, the entire facility is destroyed and the subject escapes. This results in the Gear Project being shut down, with all files being classified A+. All involved personnel disappear. Shortly after, Frederick invents a gear cell...
So, this is not mentioned by Wooly because it's not really that important at this moment. But Frederick, when he awakens from that pod, he doesn't remember shit.
He just wakes the fuck up.
He just wakes up. He doesn't remember anything. All he knows is that that dude right there tried to shoot him.
Pressor device, allowing him to seal his true gear form. He develops it into a headband that he can wear at all times, allowing him to appear human. 2026 AD. India completes secret construction on an Ultra Dreadnought class airship in rejection of the
That is such a cool... Dreadnought is such a cool
all those
word.
who embrace and preserve technology board the ship and formally declare their independence. Thus, the Imperial Empire of Zep is formed, but it is done on the backs of a slave underclass. 2042 AD. The Gear Project revived. With the U.S. economy and political influence in steep decline, the government decides to revisit the Gear Project, but this time expressly for military purposes.
I mean, fair enough.
2045 AD. That man rejoins the project under an alias. The newly revived project quickly tries to produce a gear.
What was the alias? Who cares?
This fails.
Doesn't matter. He's that man.
The gear life form.
Forsooth, that boy.
2065 The first combat-ready gear is completed. At this point, gear science has progressed significantly. While a gear is not a species in and of itself, many variant classes can be created depending on the species used as a source for the gear conversion process. These variations would be classified years later into types such as regular, toxic, flying, large, and more. Of note are city.
Yeah, those don't matter unless you play that one Guilty Gear game that's not a fighting.
Which are
good name.
Mass eradication of large
Megadeth.
populations.
They don't matter.
The trait of gears created based on animal DNA is that they continue to display sentience, and in rare instances, sapience as well. Their behavior is animalistic and instinct-driven. In accordance with the intended design, they do not possess their own individual wills or long lifespans. Mass production of militarized gears begins. Shipments are deployed to the nation's allies worldwide. Due to
So,
espionage and stolen data,
demons
other
get made,
nations
basically.
eventually begin producing their own gears as well. During this production process, however, numerous research facilities are sabotaged and destroyed by an unknown assailant.
Gee, I wonder
refer
who.
to the perpetrator of these attacks as Bad Guy.
I love how that's the
Some
name they come
years
up with.
later, Frederick
Bad guy.
discovers that man's
But the
imminent
bad
They
guy,
could have
of
just
course.
called him
He
asshole.
begins recovering information on the Saint Oratorio
Jerkwad.
project.
Would
and
it have been
uses
Soul
it to
Asshole?
create an anti-gear weapon known as the Outrage.
Well, you know
It
why his name
functions
is
as a
Soul
magic
is
amplifier
Bad Guy, right?
with no predetermined limits on the output of generated.
So, what was Freddie Mercury's nickname? Is this a trivia question you don't know?
Oh, no.
Freddie Mercury's nickname was Mr. Bad Guy.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that.
His birth name was also Freddie Balsara.
I did know that.
So he changed it to Mercury. So Homeboy started off his name as Frederick Balsara. And
I
then
see.
literally
I see
became
now. Okay.
Mr. Bad Guy.
Bad guy.
Mana,
Yeah.
potentially leading to global catastrophe.
So Soul is
not
one
regulated
whole
properly. Due to
Queen
the danger
reference.
of this power and the difficulty
On top of the
in
fact that
handling
he
it himself,
canonically likes
Frederick
Queen.
subdivides the weapon into 8 components for safety, but deems the creation of this weapon necessary to preemptively prepare for the imminent creation of the first perfect gear. The culmination of
Hell
advanced
yeah.
research and creations is complete. Command Class Gear 01, capable of injecting her programming into all other gear life forms and replacing their lack of will with her own. The power to control all gears. The US
I wonder who
government
this
names
is.
it Justice. Upon activation,
Wow, I would have
for
never
unclear
guessed.
reasons, Justice loses control and annihilates the entire island nation of Japan. On suspicions of his involvement in the catastrophe, that man is deemed a war criminal. Clearly designated as a threat to the planet, it is determined that
So
Justice
I'm
must
not
be-
sure if we were paying attention to that. That was important. Justice wakes up and then destroys Japan.
Nukes the entire country. Yep.
And destroys Japan. I'm not. I mean,
And then they turned on that man and went, "Hey, you're the problem."
Well, and from their perspective, we do eventually get to see that scene in the lore videos. So what it looked like is that he just went, I'm sorry, y'all, but I just gotta destroy Japan.
Oh.
You
I
also,
see.
You also hear Justice screaming in agony, "No, don't do that." And then he makes. So Justice is literally screaming, "Nah,
No,
don't do
and
that."
then, yeah.
And then that man does it anyway.
destroyed. Justice defends herself by rebelliously taking control of all gears and declaring war on humanity. Thus begins the 100-Year War, known as the Crusades. The Sacred Order of Holy Knights is founded by the UN as a force representing no country, fighting for all humanity. War is declared on all gears. For the next century, most
Gee, I
records
wonder
of
who that
world
one
history
guy
and
was.
events are lost to war. Though it isn't known how, the Order comes into possession of the Outrage components. Each is henceforth referred to.
Oh
as
yeah, so that's a
the
weird
secret
thing.
treasure.
So for the
The
next
Fire
100
Sword
years,
Sword, the Thunder
uh,
Sword, the
no
Zexen
history was
Weapons,
recorded.
the
No one knows
Flashing
why.
Fang, the Dominator, Baikal, an unnamed dagger in
Got it.
Slayer's possession, and an unknown 8th component. A secretive government organization that will eventually be known as the Post-War Administration Bureau is created as
Cool.
a deterrent against criminal activity.
I love the song.
They are responsible for creating an international bounty hunting system and work alongside the IPF and, less publicly, the Assassin's Guild. Though records of what took place during the Crusades are lost, the names of some notable individuals are known. 2093 AD, Cliff Undersen is born in Switzerland. At a young age, he's nearly killed by a gear, but is saved by a mysterious stranger. From that day, he's inspired to do the same for others, and joins the ranks of the Holy Order. Through distinguished service, he earns the position of Commander. 2120 AD, a Megadeth-class gear, Hydra, destroys London. Cliff single-handedly fights the Megadeth for 7 consecutive days and nights. With his sword,
That's
the
so
Dragon
fucking
Slayer,
cool.
he cuts off 3 of its heads and defeats it long enough for the Order's reinforcements to arrive and seal it away. Years
So
later, a
that was very obviously a biblical reference to the dragon with 7 heads, right?
Mm-hmm.
That man fights it by himself for 7 days.
Dude, that shit is rad. That's my favorite thing in media is, oh yeah, no, we just fought for an actual like month. Like, the fuck you gonna do about it?
Built atop its dormant body. 2127 AD. Cliff eventually adopts a son and names him Testament. Despite being a kind-hearted pacifist, Testament joins the Order against Cliff's wishes in hopes of one day becoming a knight worthy of succeeding his father. During an undisclosed mission, Testament is reported killed in action. Though his body is never officially found, it is later learned that the Post-War Administration Bureau obtained the remains and subjected them to a number of experiments, including an unknown gear conversion and revival process. Upon awakening, as a means of testing combatability, he is forced to kill former Sacred Order allies. Shortly after this, like all other gears, his mind is dominated by justice. 21.
So let's think about that for a second. Cliff, big boy, fought the World End Dragon for 7 days straight and then won. Actually, no, it was to a standstill. He didn't win.
But yeah, did a lot of damage.
Adopted a son named Testament. Testament was like, Dad, you're so cool. I'm going to join the war effort too. He did. Against Cliff's wishes, he did that. Got killed in action, or at least went MIA. Then got experimented on and became a gear. And like all other gears, got put under control of justice.
So because he was like, I'm gonna be just like you, Dad, he fucked up.
He's a mindless puppet now.
40 AD. Cliff is forced to fight the gear that was once his son and mortally wounds him.
Jesus. Oh yeah. Justin, that's cool though. Man, what a cool fight they've staged here. I love it. Awesome.
He then forces the Post-War Administration Bureau to shut down all gear experimentation. They appear to do so.
Appear.
Each other ends in disaster. The Post-War Administration Bureau researches alternative anti-gear weapons using the 6 forbidden magics. This results in the creation of 6 parasitic bioweapons known as the Forbidden Beasts. Gears are noted to strangely respond to them as instinctual enemies. While generally effective in suppression, the unsustainable nature of these bioweapons requires their hosts to not only sacrifice
that's Eddie.
To incubate and
I'm so glad that Zato's one of my favorite characters
ultimately
because he's so fucking rad.
So let's analyze that for a second too, right? The post apocalyptic whatever it's called, right? The war effort. They shut down the gear project, but they were like, how are we gonna fight gears if we don't have gears to fight gears? So they made the 7 forbidden beasts. We know canonically of 2 of them. One of them is Eddie.
Where the fuck are the other 4?
One of them is Eddie, and the other one is whatever Milia's hair is.
It said Angra or whatever the fuck right there.
I think it was called Angra, yeah. So that's 2. Where are the other 5?
I feel like that's gotta have a thing, right? Or that's gotta come up in the next game or DLC or some shit.
Oh, it won't.
Okay. Awesome.
Because you forgot
that should be
Logan.
A character they add.
So everyone was really, because when Guilty Gear Strives was the beta and Zato had this dialogue option with Giovanna. He said, "I'm here to recruit you." Everyone was like, "Oh, is that one of the Forbidden Beasts? Is her dog one of the Forbidden Beasts?" No one knows because he says that to everybody.
I see.
So we have no idea if that's one of the Forbidden Beasts. It would make sense, but who knows?
During the war, Cliff fights Justice 16 times to a standstill.
Holy shit, Cliff!
Is able to defeat the other.
No shit, I liked you a lot in Accent Core.
He sucks. That's why you like the Accent Core.
He sucks.
Yeah.
I pick characters that suck.
Giant, big button boy. You can't get with that small hitbox.
Potemkin.
He's a big button boy with a tiny hitbox.
As a lone war orphan, surviving on instinct. Cliff asks what a child is doing in a place like this. Kai replies that his parents are dead, and that he wants to fight instead of running away. He had been wandering alone for nearly 6 months. Cliff gives Kai an imperative: survive the next 5 years, then return to him if he still wishes to fight Gears. 2167 AD. Kai Kiske joins the Sacred Order of
Hell
Holy
yeah.
Knights. By age 14, Kai has quickly become a prodigy swordsman and displays mastery
God,
of
it looks
lightning
like his
magic.
sword is
By
bendy.
age 50, he is
Everything.
promoted to the rank of captain and has earned the respect and admiration of his fellow knights. Sometime later, a mission goes wrong and an entire platoon is killed by a gear, save for Kai. Traumatized and racked by survivor's guilt, he etches the word hope into his buckle to remind himself that nothing in this world can be done without hope. 2168 AD. Slayer retires from the Assassin's Guild in disgust.
So we kind of glossed over that too. Kai's the shit.
Yo, Kai is awesome. I like
No.
Kai's lore.
Kai's lore is everyone around me died, so I survived. And then he joins the war effort. Everyone around me died, so I killed everything else and survived.
I don't think you realize this, but Commander Shepard, that's one of the background choices you could have made. Soul Survivor is one of the first choices you made, and you went, nah. I went the thing where a bunch of dudes died, but I got the mission done, instead of I'm the last man fucking standing.
I mean, I still stand by that. So I told you at some point before that Kai is technically stronger than max power Soul, because what's the point of having all the power in the universe if you don't have the chance to use it?
Yeah, really.
So we're gonna get to it later, but Kai's gonna challenge Soul to a fight, and Soul is like, I'm ready to put my life on the line. He found out that I'm a gear. I gotta put my life on the line for this. And he's like, and then so Kai attacks Soul, and Soul's like, what is this man is just playing swords.
What the fuck?
No longer upholds his founding principles. Rumors
And
spread
so
of an unknown
the Assassination
lone
Guild
bounty
does not
hunter
do
out
what
in the
Slayer
battlefield,
intended them to
destroying
do.
Gears ruthlessly on his own. Slayer eventually meets this bounty hunter and finds himself impressed by the passion burning like a sun in his path. Slayer decides to give him the nickname Sol. Brash, unrefined, and antisocial. Sol's reputation for destroying Gears en masse precedes him. Cliff recognizes this as the man who saved him in his childhood and spares no expense tracking him down to recruit him to the Holy Order. As Sol appears to only be interested in destroying Gears, he accepts. 2172 AD. Order Sol joins the Sacred Order of
That's
Holy
my dude,
Knights.
Order Sol. He will
Despite
never
joining, he
return.
often disobeys the chain of command, preferring to do things
Okay, I
his
never
own way.
understood this.
Despite joining, he often
This is a choice.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Are you talking about his design?
No,
Are you
no.
talking
Well, yes, but no.
what he's doing?
It's a choice to have fingernails in your
Oh, yeah,
gloves.
on your glove? Yeah.
That is a choice.
Yeah, why not? I'd do
Huh?
it. I would do it.
Huh? Why? I
Why
mean,
not?
I would absolutely do it too, but also why?
No, I think it looks cool.
It looks rad. Why?
Yeah. Because fuck yeah.
disobeys the chain of command, preferring to do things his own way. Fellow knights treat him with little more than ill will. Despite initially being impressed seeing Kai in action the first time, their clashing personalities and ideals just aren't compatible. In a symbolic rebellion against Kai and his rigid orders, Sol etches the word free into his buckle. Other knights, inspired by this, and Kai's hope, begin following suit with their own words. One such example is the word pride etched into the buckle of the young knight Leo Whitefang. 2173 AD. Kai challenges Sol to a duel. Sol accepts.
There we go. I challenge you to a fight. Okay. So at this moment, Sol thinks Kai has found out that he is a gear. And as, you know, someone who's had his life destroyed by gears, Sol is like, oh shit, you know, he's gonna kill me. Probably better I gotta do my damnedest, man. I'm not trying to die.
Exactly.
I ain't trying to die.
During the duel, it becomes clear to Soul that Kai is holding back, fighting Soul as if he were human. Kai loses. Thinking that he did not take the fight seriously, Soul is insulted. 2173 AD. The Battle of Rome. In response to a distress signal, Kai commands a
my man Soul
rescue mission to the blitzed city of
thought Kai was holding back because he wasn't trying to murder him, and was like, bruh, it's not why I showed up here.
That there's more survivors that can be saved. Soul arrives just in time to save Kai from succumbing to his fate. After their retreat, Soul encounters Justice alone and is soundly defeated. Amused by this reckless human, however, Justice spares his life. Realizing his weakness, Soul decides to steal the Fire Seal and quit the Order. Kai attempts to stop him in the act, but is beaten again. Before he leaves, Cliff confronts Soul, but sends him off with a blessing, saying that he intended to give Soul the sword anyway.
Which is hilarious. So, in the context of Guilty Gear, right? Soul made these 7 weapons that when combined make a super powerful weapon that destroys a lot of things. The Holy Order gets it. Soul, and then Soul goes, you know what, I'm taking this. This is mine now. Now Kai is like, no, you can't, bro, you can't take this. And then fights, loses, and the Cliff is like, nah, bro, it's cool. I was gonna give it to him anyway.
I was literally gonna hand it off to him anyway. That's fine. Like, imagine how pissed Kai would be.
Soldiers that have been used in this war. Cliff decides to step down from his position, giving 16-year-old Kai Kiss leadership of the Order and the Thunder Seal. 2175 AD. The final battle. The 17th and final battle between Cliff Underson and Justice begins, but this time with the help of successor Kai Kisk and the Thunder Seal. They're able to drive her back. A weakened Justice retreats, but before she can escape, Soul Bad Guy appears before her again, now wielding the Fire Seal. As they fight, Justice realizes that the man standing before her is a gear and attempts to control him. It fails. In rage, she calls him a traitorous flame of corruption. Soul unleashes said flames, incapacitating her long enough for the remaining.
Okay, have you seen this attack?
To flank and use.
That's so fucking rat. No.
A sealing spell to lock her in a dimensional prison. Without a command gear, the remaining gear army.
Okay, so I think we. So that
fucking awesome.
That's his dragon install, which is basically a Neo Deadly Rave.
That's so fucking
His
cool.
dragon install is a Neo Deadly Rave.
That's so fucking cool.
Let me see if I
love this game series.
It's
I fucking
so
love
good.
This game series.
It's so good. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Order Soul Dragon install. Oh, it says IK, which is still a Neo Deadly Rave. What is happening to my internet right now?
Your internet is gone.
I think it's huh?
Weekend. Week.
Okay. It's doing something. Wow, that looks like Garbo. Alright, let's try that again.
Looks great. I know what you're talking about.
So the conditions are, right? You have to be about to win. You have to have your full charge and full tension. So he charges his dragon install to do this combo.
And then he's like, oh, wow.
Now, I just want to take a second. We've never seen Soul's dragon install fully realized. Because even in the Guilty Gear Xrd games where you could see it in 3D, right? He's still that silhouette thing, and he still has his headband on, which limits his power. So this is the closest we get to seeing him in his full. This image right here, that's the closest we ever get to see Soul in his full gear form.
And haven't seen everything.
Look at that. That's rad. Oh my god, it's so cool.
Yeah, that's rad.
It's so cool.
The Order to flank and use. A post-war administration bureau developed sealing spell to lock her in a dimensional prison. Without a command gear, the remaining gear army goes completely dormant immediately. The Crusades are over.
So Soul stopped the Crusades by sealing Justice in a different dimension.
2177 AD, the post-Holy War era. Global damage
Holy
has left
war.
the post-Crusade world almost
I know that
entirely
stage.
unrecognizable. Various areas have become stateless no man's land. The remains of the EU and Russia consolidate to form the United Kingdom of Illyria. The country that was originally the source of all gear production is decimated. There are survivors, but most cities are in complete ruins. What government exists is heavily in the pocket of the Assassin's Guild, which has risen to political aspirations and is also in possession of a number of forbidden beasts. All remaining destroyed or stateless areas are placed under jurisdiction of the UN's International Police Force, with the exception of
Cool.
South Africa. At this point, the Post-War Administration Bureau is officially deployed to undo as much global damage as possible. The surviving Japanese people are placed into colonies, protected by magic barriers and guarded by the IPF, with a no-entry,
Awesome.
no-exit policy. The Sacred Order of
Oh,
Holy
okay.
Knights is disbanded. Kai, unable to adjust to normal life, joins the IPF. Cliff retires, leaving Holy Order days behind him for good. He does not stop martial arts training, however, and eventually becomes the first non-Japanese person to use and master ki magic.
So that's important too. It has no. So only Japanese people can use chi,
But Cliff
except
did it.
Cliff, because Cliff is just built different.
Cliff is built the fuck different.
He's just built different.
2180 AD. The Missing Link.
Oh yeah, the firebrand is literally just a Zippo letter.
5 years after the
That's a
Crusades,
sword.
a rumor starts going around
Hell
the
yeah.
population. Justice will return. World leaders determined this to be a credible threat, evidenced by the unexpected erosion of the walls within Justice's dimensional prison. With great concern, the UN announces the second Sacred Order Selection Tournament, an event to find the most
Oh,
capable
God,
recruits
okay.
for the second Sacred Order.
So,
of Holy
this is-
Knights.
this is
whoever
a-
That will
can
stand
kick each other's
ready.
ass the best is the next second order. Okay.
Yeah, so it's the plot of Yu Yu Hakusho. Hey,
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna
Should
Fucking
justice ever
Jesus.
return. There are strange
It's
rules to
it's
the
also the
tournament.
Spirit Shaman tournament.
Incarcerated
Yeah.
criminals and even children are permitted entry. Bloodshed was allowed, but strangest of all was the champion's prize. A single wish, any wish at all. The tournament begins.
Shouldn't have said
Many
that.
of the strongest fighters of the post-war era are attracted to the event, each in search of their own truths. Dr. Baldhead. When
That's
a little girl
Faust.
dies on his operating table, a disgraced doctor from China snaps and becomes a serial killer. However, once he learns that the patient was killed in a conspiracy to steal his research into resurrection healing, he takes on a new identity to save as many lives as possible.
So, just to recap that, Dr. Baldhead, aka Faust, was doing an operation on a little girl. Zato got hired to kill that little girl on the operation table, so that way the Conclave could study resurrection, techniques. After Faust found that out, after losing his mind and becoming a serial killer, he regains his sanity and goes to go find out what's up.
Jesus.
May.
She's
Study
Japanese.
Japanese Sky Pirate and her crew are reunited
I
with
love
their bold
Japanese
captain,
Sky Pirate.
Thomas Forty. They soar the skies in Mayship, a stolen black tech airship from Zep.
Is a black? I didn't realize it was a black tech.
Powerful
airship.
Potemkin.
of Zep is freed by his sergeant, Gabriel. Together, they
So that's important too. Potemkin was a slave that got freed by Gabriel, who's also amazing.
Dude, I didn't know that.
So this
Bro!
version of Potemkin is slave Potemkin. Anytime you see him in armor, that's he's working for Gabriel because Gabriel helped free him.
Dude.
Also, I don't think you
Potemkin
mentioned.
just shot up even higher in the lit. Damn.
So Potemkin also has a muscle disease where his muscles just keep getting bigger. So that's why
There's actually some things like that in real life.
yeah. So he's basically got like the muscle version of elephantitis.
Yeah. That's fucking rad.
And like it's just a constant growing thing. Like they can't stop it. There's no way to slow it down. His muscles just keep getting bigger and bigger.
Gotta get swole.
Yeah. This man is a living embodiment of gains.
Yeah.
But like, it's not. You can only imagine how bad that would be eventually. You know.
Successfully
rise
up and overthrow the oppressive noble class in full revolt, bringing democracy to Zek.
Look how big that man is.
Huge. He's fucking
an American
huge.
war orphan and dealer for the Assassin's Guild. When his drug dealing turned to drug abuse, the guild sends a ninja, Tsuyoshi, to kill the boy. Unable to do so, Tsuyoshi, actually a double agent for the IPF, trains Chip to escape his demons by turning to the way of the ninja. When his master is in turn assassinated by the guild for betrayal, Chip is nearly consumed by his desire for revenge, but finds solace in the teachings that saved his life.
So let's talk about that for a second, right? Chip
cool.
was a drug dealer turned drug addict.
Drug addict. Whole fuck.
And then the Assassination Guild was like, kill that man. So
Kill that man, he betrayed us, bye.
No. They sent the dude to go to kill him, to kill Chip. And he was like,
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, Chip was like, and the dude was like, I got you. So he trained Chip to become a ninja. And then the Assassination Guild was like, nah, kill the dude, the dude who we went to go sell that person. He betrayed us. Go kill him. So now Chip is mad pissed. Let's also not sleep on the fact that Chip is also a mad weeb.
Yes, that is true.
This is basically the equivalent of I did drugs and watched Naruto and now I'm a ninja.
Dude, he got so high, he thought he could do Shadow Clone Jutsu and then just did it.
Milia Rage.
I hate her.
From Russia, a trained assassin from childhood, found and forced to wield the forbidden beast Angra after escaping from an abusive relationship with Zato 1 and deserting the guild that forced this life upon her. She is determined to destroy both, but is wounded during her fight with Zato. Zato 1 loses control of his power and escapes. Zato 1, from Spain, the new ruthless leader of the Assassin's Guild, strays from Slayer's original Assassin's Code in favor of money, political influence, and manipulation.
So, Zato lost his mind. He started abusing Milia. And Milia, only knowing strife in her life, right? She was like, nah. Bye.
Okay,
Thank you, next.
Responsible for the death of Dr. Baldhead's patient.
As I said.
His sight for the forbidden beast Eddie, who has now consumed him whole. Axel Lowe. An English pacifist born in the 20th century that suddenly finds himself slipping through time from 1998 to 2178 for unclear reasons. Forced to leave his girlfriend behind.
What?
Axel searches.
Yeah, so Axel.
I didn't know that.
No. So Axel, just one day, all of a sudden, just trips through time. Like, literally trips through time. He literally trips into the future.
Well, he was in 1998 and it tripped to fucking 2178. Huh?
No, so my favorite thing about this is that because Axel accidentally trips through time all the time, he always trips through Soul's plotline. So he him and Soul are just cool like that.
They're just like, oh, hi, Soul. Hello, Axel.
They're just cool. Like, my favorite thing about that is if you see Soul and Axel talk in Accent Core, they're like, hey man, I got that Queen LP for you. He's like, hand it over. Give me the LP. But if you see Order Soul and Axel talk, Order Soul is like, who the fuck are you?
Searches for a way home, but has no idea where his next time slip.
He also left his girlfriend there, who he loved a lot.
A Japanese swordswoman raised in the colonies. She lost an arm, an eye, and both parents to a gear attack at a young age, but remembers the image of that man surrounded by flames and his gear creations on that night. From that day, she sought vengeance.
She does look radical.
So homegirl, right, survived the gear attack, but the whole rest of her city, her village, her squad, or whatever you want to call it, died. Everything else is gone. The only thing she remembers is that man and the gears that were there. She lost her eye and she lost her arm. And her whole entire thing is revenge. No wonder everybody. She. I think it even goes as far in her dialogue or her biography. She gave up her womanhood to be a warrior to go find that man and kill him.
That's fucked.
Though she does not enter the tournament, she uncovers the truth about it and is currently wanted for escaping from the colonies. Sol Badguy burns his way through all the competition to the finals, where it is revealed that the entire tournament is a lie orchestrated by Testament, Cliff's adopted son. Somehow, he is survived by an unseen hand. Unlike most mindless dormant gears, Testament recovered his memories after confronting his father, but his mind was still under her influence. He needed one final sacrifice of the strongest warrior in order to break the seal and reawaken justice into this world once again.
So, Testament orchestrated this whole entire tournament to fuel hatred and violence and everything, so he would have enough negative energy to break the dimensional seal that Justice was hidden in, to resurrect Justice.
Jesus.
Sol defeats him, but in his defeat, Testament realizes that he may still serve her in the end by using
as
his
the
own
sacrifice.
blood as a sacrifice to open the dimensional prison. Justice is once again unleashed upon the world. Sol and Justice fight.
Okay. You see that, right? You see how big Justice is here? He's about the same size as Sol.
Yep.
This is only for this tournament. I want you to remember how big Justice is right here. She's about like 7 foot, right?
Mm-hmm.
The original Justice?
Fucking massive.
Hold on.
Fucking the size of a goddamn building.
Hold on.
A fucking planet killer.
No, not that big. Let's see here. Oh, come on.
I love that picture. The picture's great.
Okay, whatever. She's big. She's
big bitch.
She's big.
Big bitch o'clock.
She's big. Let's see.
Like, okay, in regards to like 7 feet, is she like?
She's about the same size as Godzilla.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, is it like 200 times that? Like, I was like,
she's big.
What's the level?
She's big. She's definitely Justice is a kaiju. Justice is absolutely a kaiju.
We need to have a quote unquote just chatting / podcast episode where we discuss what is a kaiju and what's not.
That cow is a kaiju. Yeah, my point was that this is only for this fight.
Is ripped off, revealing a magical seal on his forehead that is identical to the one shared by all Gears. Justice, seeing this, is perplexed as she once again is unable to control his mind. Sol reveals that the reason he cannot be controlled is because even though Justice is a Type 01 Command Class Gear, he is the prototype Gear that all others were based on. He was Frederick
I am
Bolsara.
the Gear.
With a massive
you may be the Gear, but I am your the Gear.
With her dying words, Justice says that she wishes the three of us could talk again one last time. Realizing that Justice is connected to his past, Sol Badguy swears that he's going to kill that man. Betrayer of his own kind,
okay.
Slayer of his own kin. Sol Badguy is the guilty Gear.
So he doesn't mention it here, but this is where Sol remembers that he's Hold on, there's a giant mosquito in here. 1 second. I think I missed, but whatever. So this is where I definitely missed. I just winged them. This is where Sol remembers that he's Frederick Bolsara, remembers everything that man did to him. It realizes that Justice is Arya. And that means that he just murdered his girlfriend. So that's why Sol is the guilty Gear. He just murdered his girlfriend. Logan, are you there? Because I can't hear you. Hello?
Hello.
Hold on.
Hello.
I can hear you now.
Okay. Shit got fucked.
What happened?
I don't know. Headset died. Discord tweaked. I came back and you were like, "Can I hear you?" I heard your voice through my computer, even though my headset was on my head. I was like, "Huh?"
Okay, did you hear what I said?
Got no.
Okay.
Other than like memories or some shit.
So at this point, Soul remembers that he's Frederick Bolsara. He remembers everything that man did. He remembers that that man turned him into the gear prototype forcibly, tried to murder him, and then he went the next 100 years not knowing who he was, killing every gear to get to Justice, to kill Justice, only to realize that Justice was Arya the whole time. He just succeeded in killing Justice, so that means that Frederick Bolsara just killed the one person he loved, his girlfriend, and it's that man's fault.
Yeah.
So, the reason why Soul is the guilty gear is because he just killed his girlfriend.
I see.
Oh. Now, did you like the writing there? Did you think that was cool? That's too bad, because it only gets worse for me.
Fuck. That's so good. I love it. I love that.
Hold on, how are we doing here? It still says an hour. Cool. Even though it said an hour and it was like right where the D and enabled was, I don't understand. I don't know.
Dude, at this point we're just fucking doing a Guilty Gear lore stream.
This is the Guilty Gear lore stream.
This is the fucking stream.
Let me just rename the stream. Guilty Gear lore stream. Done. Okay. I would love it if all the mosquitoes in the world just left me alone.
Just fucking died.
Yeah, just left. There's no point in mosquitoes. If the mosquitoes dropped off the face of the food chain, it would be fine. And like that's not even that's not. I'm not even making that up. That's like a scientific thing. Okay.
Hello and welcome back to Guilty Gear.
Thanks, Wooly.
Thanks to those of you that sent in corrections as well. Keep your eye on the description again to Arc System Works for sponsoring the video and verifying every detail. And remember, the latest chapter of this story is coming soon with Guilty Gear.
It's all out right now. It's all out. Heaven or hell, trip or drown.
Get ready to rock.
Loud. Oh, by the way, that everything that just happened in that last part. Oh my God, Logan. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
All right. So everything that happened in that last part. That was Guilty Gear 1.
Yeah, I saw it said before Guilty Gear 1 or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, it was before and during Guilty Gear 1.
Hell yeah.
The year 2180. Justice is defeated. Many of the remaining gears, now leaderless, have become dormant. Others are hunted down and eliminated. Mankind was finally free from the catastrophic menace brought on by the gears.
Sure they were.
Before Soul destroys Justice, Kai Kisk confronts her about her evil ways. With a simple rebuttal, Justice explains that she was made by man to kill man, and thus she is merely fulfilling her moral purpose while
Thus she just did what she had to do.
From the perspective of a gear, her actions are utterly unclouded.
Justice!
Unable to respond, Kai's rigid sense of righteousness fails him for the first time.
Yeah, so think about that. You're Kai. Justice is evil in your eyes, right? And Justice just goes, bro, what are you talking about, man? I was made by humans.
Programmed to do.
I was made by humans to kill humans. What I'm doing is what I was programmed to do. I'm just doing what I do. Does the eagle know it's a bird? No, it just does bird things, doesn't it? I'm just doing what I was doing. This is justice, man. I'm just doing what I was programmed to do, bruh.
The idea that perhaps there was no single truth that governed everything would leave him questioning his convictions even many years later.
I love that. Does an eagle know it's a bird?
And that's one way to think about it, yeah.
Cliff Underson dies during the second Holy Order tournament.
So his name is Cliff Underson. I always think Cliff Unger from friggin' Death Stranding.
Cliff Ungerbunger.
I hate you.
Valiant to the end, Cliff's final return to battle shows his mastery of Ki at such a degree that it could temporarily de-age his body, allowing him to fight in his prime. His
That's
death
awesome.
is mourned by those closest to him.
I feel a bit sleepy. Yeah, no shit, dude.
A Japanese man named Kuro Kuruwaba works as
Crow?
a branch chief for the Post-War Administration Bureau.
Bro, what's my 50
Operating in
mirror
the
at, bro?
shadows, the organization has been gathering deep intel on everyone and everything it can. Using combat data from Kai Kisk, Crow creates an imitation series soldier unit
Oh,
known
RoboKai.
as RoboKai. The Zessen Outrage component goes missing. The Zessen wind fans, a relic of the Crusades, had been located inside of a Japanese colony until their recent disappearance at the hands of Anji Mito, a now missing Japanese colonist. He
So my
appears
man
to be
Anji
only
just
motivated
stole
by
it.
sheer curiosity and wanderlust.
I mean, fair enough.
He just stole it because he could.
After the Crusades,
That sounds
a
about right.
group of surviving gears that
Is
were
that
able to
Nier?
exist
What?
independently of justice
Yeah.
secretly gather away from human eyes. They isolate themselves.
Yeah, no, so
on an
you
island.
were like, is that near? Yes, it's near. So basically all of these gears just went together and made their own like island, and this is just what it
Dude,
is.
it's fucking near.
It's near.
This
known
is
as the
awesome.
Ganymede Archipelago. Uninterested in humanity, but entirely interested in research, the leader of this group manages to access and observe an alternate world parallel to our own. It will come to be known as the Backyard.
Okay.
Oh, that's so cool. I didn't know about that. That's so dumb and so cool.
Listen, Logan, if it's not dumb, is it really all that cool?
I think so.
Let's have these cars transform into giant robots and fight each other. That sounds stupid as fuck. Let's make a movie out of it.
But it's also cool.
If it's not stupid, it's not cool.
These giant mech turn into cars and fight each other. That sounds so dumb. Here's 20 million.
If it doesn't sound stupid on paper, it's not cool. So the Backyard is basically, so we have our universe, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Backyard is the universe that our universe lives inside of.
Okay. Okay.
So if we were to,
I was about to say I'm mad confused, and then I got it.
yeah. So if we're like a basin, right? The ocean is the Backyard.
I see.
Yeah. So without the Backyard, our universe could not exist. That's basically how that works.
2181 AD, the Placard Company incident.
Okay.
Near London, in the village built atop the Hydra, rumors of gear-related homicides independently attracted both Kai Kisk and Soul Bad Guy to investigate. With help from a peculiar village doctor named Faust, Kai uncovers a conspiracy involving the Placard Corporation, a pharmaceutical company experimenting on villagers with a drug called Vitae. Company president Sebas pushes Vitae as a miracle-curing elixir, but its misleading healing properties are due to people actually being dosed with extracted gear cells that destroy the body. Soul's investigation is interrupted by an enigmatic Watcher. The resurrected immortal
who's that?
from 1,000
Cool as
years
shit.
prior, now known.
Who's that, Logan?
Who the fuck is that?
It's Raven.
It's fucking Raven.
That's Raven.
Yeah. Yep. I'm in.
So we met him. Now Willie mentioned this in the last thing, right? But due to whatever was happening, this man has experienced the maximum human pain threshold and just became immortal. That's what Raven is. Raven is just he's
I love it. God, that's so fucked up considering like the last character I played when we played Exard was fucking Raven. I was like, I kind of like Raven.
So he's literally immortal. He's quote unquote a Watcher, and he experienced the maximum pain threshold.
That's so good.
As Raven appears before him. Bored of life and obsessed with pain, Raven's current mission is to retrieve gear resonance data and return it to his master, the Gear Maker, also known as That Man. After immediately being incinerated by Soul's Tyrant Rave, Raven's body rejuvenates and he expresses disappointment at not feeling any warmth. He then ambushes Faust, retrieves the data, and takes his leave. Seba's true aim is exposed as an attempt to create his own command class gear for military purposes. Using a pair of test subject sisters as a catalyst, he resurrects the Hydra, which destroys the village.
Jesus.
With recruited help from Johnny and the Jellyfish Pirates, however, most villagers are evacuated aboard the May ship. Kai, Soul, and Faust handle the threat and use a last resort orbital satellite weapon.
Faust is goofy beyond anything.
Sebas overdoses on Vitae and becomes a gear, but he is quickly destroyed by Kai. The discovery of the golden discs. Johnny and May.
I don't remember this, so I'm actually going to be quiet for this.
When an ancient site of old world ruins is uncovered, many opportunists and hustlers flock to it, including Johnny and May, hopeful to get rich on treasures from the pre-Crusade world. They accidentally cross paths with Kai Kisk and his fellow IPF officers, however, on-site confiscating black technology. Kai thanks Johnny and May for their help during the placard incident, but cannot allow them to go as criminal pirates at large. A fight ensues, causing part of the ruins to crumble and reveal an ancient golden data disk.
Oh.
The disk activates a hologram explaining its purpose, a full record of old world technology, culture, and scientific world knowledge created in 2014. In the stunned commotion, Johnny performs a Mistfinder, cleaving the disk in two, and makes a break for it with May and one half of the disk as the rubble comes down.
Okay, that's cool.
The Jellyfish Pirates later get a lead on the location of another full disk, but end up baited into a trap set by the Assassin Syndicate and Zato One's loyal and infatuated subordinate, a man known as Venom. His attempt to steal the disc fails to the full power of the pirates, however. Johnny, now understanding the danger of the disc, slices it into unrecognizable pieces, giving a shard to each Jellyfish Pirate as a pendant. Kai and Potemkin.
Oh?
Meanwhile, Kai is en route to turn over his half-disc to HQ. After a brief encounter with Chip Zanoff, Zep airships surround Kai, threatening military action if the relic is not surrendered. He feigns compliance by handing it over, but then sneaks aboard the ship. He is soon caught by Potemkin, who respectfully greets Kai, politely asking that he withdraw. The two discuss the nature of bearing the responsibility of protecting man from itself, but ultimately come to an impasse and choose battle.
Go Potemkin. Hell yeah!
Kai barely triumphs, using his
Raid the lightning,
staggering Potemkin long enough to grab the relic and flee. But Potemkin and the Zep soldiers give chase. Kai cornered.
So, I'm not sure if this is clear because of the world building that's happening right now. We're literally speeding through a lot of stuff. So, Gabriel is basically the leader of Zep. Gabriel freed Potemkin, and Potemkin willingly works for Gabriel. So Gabriel is basically, Potemkin is an agent for Zep. He's basically Secret Service.
Yeah, okay.
Now, because of this golden disc, Kai was like, I gotta stop humanity from doing some crazy stuff, right? Especially because in the hands of Zep, because Zep has not complied to the whole entire let's not use black technology. So he's like, this is probably a bad idea, all right? So he snuck on their ship, and Potemkin is like, please leave. I don't want to hurt you, bruh. Like, I will, but I don't want to.
I will Potemkin buster you.
As you saw, it happened.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's what that fight was about.
Points out the dangers of history repeating itself, and calls attention to the empty crater they're flying above. An area destroyed by black tech where no life will grow for another century. Potemkin calls it a sin of the past, but cannot concede, because letting him go will result in the IPF simply using the disc to obtain power for themselves. Kai swears to prevent this, even if it costs him his life, which elicits heavy laughter from Potemkin. An IPF rescue ship suddenly closes in, and Kai is able to escape. As they speed away, Kai requests permission from HQ to destroy the disc, but they deny, ordering him to return with it at once. Thinking of Potemkin's words, Kai hesitates. The ship is then attacked and forced to land. Waiting for Kai in the middle of the crater is Soul Bad Guy.
Hell yeah.
Soul and Axel Lowe.
I told you they
During
was
this
boys.
conflict, Soul had been drinking in a bar when Axel Lowe crashed in with cops on his tail.
I love it.
Starts,
I always love
Soul
how the
Bad-
Japanese do European wear. Dude, if you're European, everyone will know you're European because you will be wearing the flag at all times.
Oh boy.
Bad Guy ends with fire. Axel explains that he was overheard uttering E equals MC squared, a phrase that only people exposed to black tech would know. Soul, concerned about this dangerous development, tracks down the disc to a restaurant where it was pawned off as a decoration to a lively waitress named Jam Cradbury. She helps fight off the final group of Axel's pursuers.
Love it.
I love Jet so much. Her whole entire purpose in the story is
Operates
she's
to
here.
reveal the locations of any functional backup copies.
That's it. That's Jeb's purpose in the story. She's here.
Held by Kai Kisk. Soul and Kai face off in the crater. Soul gets the upper hand, but before anything can be settled, an IPF captain with reinforcements arrives, wielding black tech firearms. Soul is gunned down by bullets. Kai is shocked to see his superior already using the forbidden technology, and realizes Potemkin was right. They can't be trusted. The captain notes Kai's refusal to play along and takes aim at him as well, but he's interrupted. Soul activates his Dragon Install,
Oh yeah.
an ability allowing him to surge with power from his inner gear beast form. Soul melts through the soldiers, but Kai stops him from killing them.
Also, that is also the only other form we've seen
Soul
of his Dragon
melts
Install.
through
So
the
this, and then this, which is in another game. This is the closest we get to see Soul in his Dragon Install form. We don't ever see what it fully looks like, because even this is him still limiting himself. So what Soul looks like as a full gear, no one ever knows.
And probably won't, at least for a long time.
No.
This is Strive is the final game.
Strive is the final game.
For
In
Soul.
Strive, spoiler alert, Soul loses his gear form. In fact,
okay.
in
That
fact,
makes
he
sense.
doesn't even use it in the cutscene. So we have no idea what Soul looks like in its full gear form. No one ever knows.
Kai stops him from killing them and takes them into custody. With a clear understanding, they each destroy their own golden discs entirely. Testament and the Maiden of the Grove. Through unclear means, Testament survives the end of the Second Holy Order tournament. Though he finds
He
himself
just
free
survives.
from Justice mind control, he remains a slave of the weight of his sins. He finds his way to the grave of his father, Cliff. While reminiscing, he meets a priest and a young orphan girl named Josephine. She is blind, but hopeful, as she has recently become a patient of Dr. Faust. Without warning, Venom ambushes and takes Josephine hostage, his terms demanding Faust to join the Assassin's Syndicate.
Oh.
Testament fights and saves her, fleeing deep into the nearby grove, known as Hell's Forest. There, Josephine introduces Testament to Dizzy. Innocent and
there.
pacifist,
Yep.
Dizzy was found and raised by an old couple in Josephine's village, unaware of her true identity. Command class gear and daughter of justice. When she grew to adulthood,
Yeah, she also has a Dragon
wings
Install.
and a tail,
We don't know what she
the
looks
village
like.
grew fearful of her, forcing the old couple to abandon her alone in the grove.
Actually, can I find that too? Let's see. Can I find that too?
Who the fuck knows? This game series is fucking wild.
It's great. I love it. 0.1%
so
of
good,
Guilty
though.
Gear Strive players have ever done this. Dizzy insta-kill on Dragon Install Soul. No. Okay, it's part of her hidden moves. So, if you were ever wondering how strong she is, that's just bad quality. We're not gonna get good quality out of this.
Yeah.
So she transformed and murdered him. That is That is a hidden super in Accent Core. She transformed and murdered it. The transformation killed them. You've seen what her IK in Exert is, right?
Oh, absolutely. I've seen it so much.
Oh my god, it's so good. Just to show the viewers. No, don't shoot them. What are you doing?
No, don't kill him. Oh god. Oh fuck. That's a nuke. Actually, that's bigger than a nuke. Yeah, I'll forfeit.
So one of the spirits on her arm just went, yeah, nah, I'm killing him. And Dizzy went, nah, don't kill him. And then fired a nuke. And whoever they're fighting against just goes, nah, I'm good. Not today, fam. So Dizzy is strong. She just doesn't like fighting.
But believes Dizzy to be an angel after touching one of her wings. Venom attacks again, causing Dizzy's shape-shifting wings to awaken. With personalities of their own, Necro, the Black Wing, and Undyne, the White Wing.
Yeah, Necro said I'm killing him.
To defend Dizzy, whether she wills it or not. Venom gets struck while aiming at Testament and accidentally hits Josephine. Venom retreats, and they turn their attention towards getting her to a doctor immediately. Faust heals not only Josephine's wounds, but her sight as well. But seeing Dizzy's body
heal her sight, she's blind.
She becomes confused. The priest and the villagers, however, upon learning that Dizzy has returned, set fire to the area, yelling, "Burn the demon." Dizzy begins to panic and cower as her wings lose control and the mob closes in. Testament, feeling a deep connection with Dizzy's pain, steps in between her and the villagers and uses his 7th sign attack, non-lethally, with just enough power to stop Necro, Undyne, and the mob. In the shadows, Milia Rage convinces Venom to help save some villagers from the fire. Dizzy approaches Josephine, but gets slapped. Angry and fearful, Josephine calls Dizzy a demon and tells her to go back to the forest. The rest of the villagers join in, chasing them out.
Oh, that's sad.
Testament swears to Cliff in this moment.
Mind you, Dizzy is like 2.
To continue living to protect Dizzy as his sole purpose.
Jesus Christ.
Dizzy is like 2.
Guilty
so
Gear X by your side.
Kyle.
Johnny.
Awesome.
Guilty Gear X by your side.
Within a matter of days, word spreads far and wide about the mysterious humanoid gear living in Hell's Forest, somehow still functional in a world without justice. As information spread, so did panic. A report stated, "This gear is functioning properly, even though its activities should be inhibited by its lack of leadership. There are no signs of abnormalities."
I'm not sure if he mentioned it, but Dizzy is also a command class gear.
No civilians have been harmed,
yes,
either intentionally or accidentally. We've made several attempts to eliminate the gear, but due to its tremendous combat abilities, we've been unsuccessful. The number of casualties has yet to be confirmed. We're currently keeping the gear under surveillance. A gear exerting its own will without justice terrified mankind. at the possibility of the emergence of a second command class gear.
Oh,
Furthermore,
really?
rumors were spreading that nations were still somehow intent on possessing military-purposed gears. The people were having none of it, however, and took a stand. With the coming of an anti-gear movement, an announcement was made. Whoever brings about the demise of this dreadful gear shall be rewarded with the lofty sum of 500,000 world dollars. Dizzy is described as an impossible being and the strongest gear on Earth, descended from man and demon. The power to rend the earth, burn the heavens, and destroy mankind.
Which
The
is
powers
possible
that be
if
seek
she
her
wanted to
strength,
fight.
but all she longs for is contact. Bounty hunters from around the globe begin to congregate in the forest she calls home. A number of familiar faces from the Second Holy Order tournament cross paths in search of the bounty. Some, like Potemkin, are sent in officially on secret orders to escort the target back to Zep. Others, like Kai Kisk, choose to intervene not on behalf of the IPF, but as a civilian bounty hunter, or Angie Mita, who simply wants to learn more about the world. Each intends to resolve the situation in their own way.
So just to recap, Angie's whole entire thing is, fuck it.
Yeah.
No
That
matter
is
who
his
approaches
thing.
Forest, Testament stands ready to greet them. None are allowed to trespass on her holy ground. Gears must die. Dizzy once expressed to Faust that she regretted being born to cause suffering. Faust later comes across Soul Bad Guy and asks if he intends to save Dizzy by ending her life. Soul simply replies, "Gears must die." Faust
Fair
then
enough.
asks Soul whether his statement is directed at her or perhaps...
Himself.
Soul eventually makes his way through Hell's Forest to Testament, through Testament, and then to Dizzy. She asks him if a gear's life has any value. He replies that gears are weapons, and so are their hearts. Necro and Undyne awaken and attack Soul, ever protective of their host. As they fight, Necro charges a gamma ray, which Soul immediately recognizes as the same kind of power he faced when fighting Justice.
So he recognized.
So he saw that and went, "Oh fuck, she's gotta die."
He saw that and went, "That's a nuke. That needs to stop."
Soul defeats Dizzy, and she asks him to finish her off before she hurts anyone else. Before landing the fatal blow, however, he hesitates. In that moment, Kai steps between them. He expresses that he felt conflicted since the defeat of Justice, but now he is certain. Not all gears are truly evil. Soul accepts Kai's resolve and leaves him to decide. As Soul leaves, Kai is shocked that Soul acknowledged him by his name. Life beyond the grove. Kai tells Dizzy that he believes there's a place in the world beyond that grove that can accept her for who she is. Dizzy is still fearful, recalling the way villagers treated her, but decides to trust Kai. She asks if he can teach her what it means to live as a human.
Do you remember what I said in Excerpt when I saw Dizzy?
Who Soul also did not kill, is
No.
distrustful of
I said
humans,
Dizzy
but
is
accepts
too
Dizzy's
cute.
choice to leave the grove.
Yes, I
He
do know.
chooses
She's
to remain.
explicitly
She can live life off the grid. away
Dizzy
from those
is
that will hurt her
everyone's
now.
waifu. Also,
trust-
can we talk about how everyone was just like, "Oh, hey Johnny, you got a squad full of pirate girls? Here, Dizzy, stay with him. He's safe."
Yeah, Johnny's fine.
No, here's the thing. Johnny is absolutely smashing every one of those pirate chicks, but also he's taking care of every one of those pirate chicks.
Oh, absolutely.
Like absolute, like 100%, making sure he's simping for these pirate chicks, but he's also smashing.
That sounds
join
about
the
right.
Jellyfish pirates aboard the May ship. Notably, the crew, which is named for each month they joined, finally gets its final member. Jan
I
Cradbury,
didn't realize
who
that. That's
witnessed
funny.
the conclusion
Well, that's because
of
it
Dizzy's
doesn't matter. The
adventure
rest of the
by
pirate chicks don't matter.
then went on to claim the bounty
Yeah.
for Dizzy's defeat and used the money to open up her own Chinese restaurant.
So that's the end of Jam's story right here. Jam her Dizzy was gone, so she claimed the bounty money and opened up a ramen shop. That's it. Gem is here.
End of story.
End of story. Also, your outfit doesn't make sense. I want to let you know that.
No, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. It makes 0 sense.
For inexplicable reasons, it burns down shortly after, leaving her in debt for repairs. The Assassin Syndicate. Shortly after the events of Hell's Forest, Zato 1 is killed by Milia Rage. Her complicated feelings of simultaneous admiration and hatred lead her to decide that she needs closure through vengeance.
Just
Venom,
blocking pool balls with her hair.
His own life to save
Can we
Zato
talk about how
is unable to do so. When Milia finds
So Milia was conflicted with how Zato was treating her because, he was abusive and shit, right? But also Eddie was a thing, right? So there was that. He could have just went insane because of Eddie. So she's like, I don't know how I feel about him. So I guess I'll just kill him.
I don't know how I feel, so he's just gonna fucking die.
I guess I'll just kill him. And see that picture with that old man? I guess he'll just have to die. Also, just want to go back for 2 seconds with that fight scene.
that she needs closure through vengeance.
That's Eddie.
Yeah. Okay.
Eddie is so cool.
Venom,
Dude, I
who
told
gives
you,
his
I
own
love
life
him.
Eddie
He's
is so
awesome.
cool.
is unable to do so. When Milia finds and kills Zato, she is left feeling hollow inside, unaware that the forbidden beast Eddie was now fully in control of the dead body. With Zato dead, Venom becomes the highest ranking member of the Syndicate.
So Zato died and Eddie possesses his body, which you already know.
The leader of the isolated
That's what it's called, Eddie
independent-type
in
Deer colony in the
Accent Core.
Ganymede Archipelago
yeah.
continues his research. Known as Dr. Paradigm, his ability to absorb information and understand world logic is almost unparalleled.
This has nothing to do with anything. I think it's just a funny joke. Dr. Paradigm has a recurring joke with his character where everyone just goes, "You're a weird bird thing." And Dr. Paradigm is like, "No, I'm a fucking dragon. What's wrong with y'all?" He's like, "Yeah, whatever, bird thing."
After his
Whatever
successful
bird thing.
contact with the mysterious reality known as the Backyard, he discovers an isolated structure within it called the Cube.
The cube.
While it isn't clear
It's
at
the
this point
Tesseract.
what it is or how it works, it appears to have been built by that man. Elsewhere, a servant of that man finishes a report on the incident in Hell's Forest. That man, now covered in robes, remarks to himself that it is interesting that there was a daughter, and assigns his servant to monitor her. He then thinks aloud that this has truly created yet another reason to be killed by him.
Yeah, so Dizzy is canonically Justice's daughter. If Justice is Arya, that means Dizzy is Soul's daughter, right?
Oh.
So until Kai stepped in, Soul
was
was
about-
absolutely about to murder Dizzy.
Oh.
Is that it?
Oh.
Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Oh.
How we doing?
Well, that's good.
Okay, so it still says an hour, but it's definitely way past where it was last time.
Dog. This is dumb as fuck.
Steam, I can't with you, man.
I can't believe it, man.
That was a really good impression.
tried.
So I think we're just gonna leave this as a Guilty Gear stream, and I think we're just gonna play Trails Saturday.
Yeah, whenever the hell I get back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care when.
Yeah, I'm saying it could be real fucking late.
I do not
Just
care
saying.
when. I don't care. You
Alright.
know what I will be doing?
Trails.
Also, I don't know if anyone has seen the YouTuber or / TikTok person Hood Nature. He is funny.
Yeah.
literally the video is called "Why'd I Throw a Cactus Before I'd Go in the Ocean?" And I agree. I agree. Screw the ocean.
The saga continues. Welcome
Deep
back.
Ocean's fucked up.
As we put these pieces
Not even the
together to
deep
help you
ocean,
understand
just
the
the
last 2
ocean.
decades of lore. It's awesome to see how many of you guys are getting in there. As we approach Guilty Gear Strive coming soon.
Hey, it's out already. Thanks, Will.
Whoa.
Get ready to rock.
All right, Guilty Gear XX. We played one of these.
We did play
In the
one of
world
these.
of Guilty Gear,
I saw it.
time can be convoluted. Alternate
It's really-
timelines and
Okay, so he's going to explain this in a less situational or in a less, how do I want to say, satisfying manner. But basically, the plot of any Guilty Gear XX version doesn't make sense because depending on what version of the arcade you go through,
Mm-hmm.
it's canon, but also it's not canon.
So these series of games just fuck it. They kind of matter, but also don't.
Specifically Guilty Gear XX.
Okay.
Because the way that you know how in Strive and in Exer, depending on how good you do during the arcade mode, it'll get a different story. Or I'm sorry, you'll get a different difficulty ranking.
Yeah.
So
hard, extreme, easy shit. Yeah.
yeah, so depending on how well you do in the arcade of XX, you'll get a different story entirely.
Oh, good.
Which means there's alternate timelines. So there's a timeline in this game where Millie just kills the Assassination Guild.
Oh, that's cool.
There's a
Glad
timeline.
to see that happened.
There's a timeline where Eno shows up and she just fucks everything up, and Soul's there, and Soul just goes, "I don't like this timeline, bye," and just leaves.
My dad said I gotta stay high. I fuck everybody up.
My dad said I gotta stay high. I fuck everything up.
Everything up. That's right. That's right.
Everything up. So that's actually my favorite version of this. Eno fucks everything up, and then Soul just goes, "Nah, bye," and just leaves. Like, where does he go? What? He just leaves.
and
He
parallel
has enough power to
realities
just rip
are
through those
not
space
just
time
leave.
continuums.
concepts to consider. Sometimes events are depicted that differ from the main path that we know, but observing these events can give an insight into the motivations that shape the world.
Oh,
2181 AD, Guilty Gear XX, The Midnight Carnival, Reload, and Accent Core.
cool.
So those are 3 separate games. It wasn't like a Kingdom Hearts subtitle.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm glad you said it like that. Holy shit. Wow, that was cool. How it fucking looked.
It's a Zippo lighter.
Okay, you know.
Zappa is cool.
Zappa is cool. Yeah.
Slayer!
It's the boy.
It's the boy. You go ahead and watch this. I'm gonna go pee. I just had like 6 whole cups of water, basically.
Nice, proud of you. The Midnight
Shortly
Carnival.
after Dizzy leaves the Grove, a collection of disruptive events occurs outside of the main timeline. The
Tell me
common
more.
denominator in all of them is the being known as Eno.
That's a
Incredibly
cool fucking
powerful with
splash art.
magic and time manipulation. Eno is a musical outsider that doesn't know where she comes from, but is drawn to the concept of tomorrow.
I don't know where I am. I
Without
don't know
knowing
who I
why,
am. All I know is I must
Eno
kill.
witnessed a dull, gray future awaiting humanity, and now she's obsessed with changing that future by any means necessary. In most circumstances, this means stirring up trouble and creating conflict with
Damn.
her guitar Marlene, and altering major events for historical
Marlene.
figures.
Marlene.
No small feat, but made possible due to her ability to meddle with causality by slipping freely to and from any timeline. She does so
What
in
the
a similar
fuck?
manner to Axel Lowe, the main difference being her ability to control it. But no matter how many times she repeats history, the future
That was
always
not me.
converges on a single
Yeah.
point.
That,
The dull gray
I
future
promise.
awaiting humanity remained unchanged. She becomes one of that man's closest associates and frequently takes it upon herself to eliminate anything or anyone that she believes stands in his way. But
Radical.
her methods frequently upset him. 2173 AD, the Battle of Rome. Another reality.
So I know that
In
sounds
one
like a
previous
verdict. I'm
instance of
not.
her time
I
travel,
promise.
Ino is present in 2173 AD, just before Kai's last stand at the Battle of Rome. Ino pretends to be a helpless victim when she's found by Kai, but Holy Order Sol senses danger and immediately swings at her. Baiting Kai's sympathy, she later tricks him into searching hopelessly to rescue her, instead of retreating, as over 200 large class and 3 Megadeth class gears descend upon the city. Though Sol arrives to help, this time he's too late. Ino laughs to herself as Kai dies in Sol's arms. This causes a domino effect, leading to a damned world where Sol becomes commander of the Sacred Order, waging a lost war against Dizzy, who never meets Kai and chooses instead to inherit the will of justice. With Johnny killed, Captain May leads the Jellyfish Pirates into battle alongside Sol and Potemkin, but after 10 years of conflict, humanity is about to be wiped out. Ino roams this apocalypse, and after putting an end to a roaming murderous Dr. Baldhead, she eventually makes her way to the center of the Gear stronghold and meets that man for the first time. To her disappointment, he is shackled, enchained, and completely powerless, but his words and vision for a different future pique her interest. Curious to see what the world he hopes for would look like, she uses her powers to revisit 2173 AD and save Kai, thereby correcting the timeline.
So, recap to anyone who's like, what the fuck? Ino, just doing what Ino does, just running around timelines, fucking everything up like she's Flowey the Flower.
Because why not?
She's just fucking everything up. Meets that man, and that man's like, it didn't have to be this way.
And she goes, I bet, let's see how good it is.
Witnessing the result of her temporal change, he asks her to lend her strength to his goals. She accepts. Through the reflection of Ino's timeline disruptions, we see glimpses of alternate reality scenarios. Eddie, dying, lashes out at anything it can, desperate for a new host.
Right, so Eddie, because Zato's dead, Eddie can't survive without Zato's body. So Eddie is running around using Zato's body trying to find a new host right now.
Yeah, trying to jump from one person.
Zato One's corpse can no longer provide sustenance, and time is running out. At one point, it attempts to possess Slayer's wife Sharon, but the light emanating from her immortal body melts the forbidden beast away.
Sharon makes zero sense, and I don't know what she has to do with anything.
To Jam Kuradoberi's restaurant.
That's awesome.
Slayer reveals to Testament that his nearly extinct race of vampires, the Nightwalkers, used to be humanity's greatest enemy before the Age of Gears. Axel Lowe's time-slipping condition is diagnosed by Faust as an affliction caused by the existence of another Axel.
Jesus Christ.
Duncan finally confronts that man. She asks if he would prefer to die quickly or die slow and painful. Before effortlessly stopping her, he answers, "Death is not a choice. Death is giving up."
I love
He
that
chooses to
answer.
live slowly and painfully. For now. Angie Mito meets that man and gets to ask his ultimate question. If gear technology allows human life to be extended and saves the environment, and the discovery of magic has already solved the renewable energy crisis, and the Earth's population has the ability to expand outward to space if needed, and we have all these clear solutions to all of our problems, why? Why did it end up like this?
I love it.
To this,
Good
that
job,
man
Angie.
answers, divine punishment. Angie asks him to be more specific. That man extends his hand and invites Angie to come along if he's prepared to defy both heaven and earth. That man and appears before Saul.
Okay. So basically what he just suggested in that is that he took his ass to the backyard.
Okay, that makes sense.
Not to
That
fight,
makes sense.
but to warn him of a coming threat that will make the Crusades seem like a dim memory.
I love this. I love this.
Will require men to become more than men.
So the context of this is Saul finally meets that man again after God knows how long, right? After about like 100 some years. And that man goes, "Hey, Saul, I need your help." Saul goes, "I'm gonna kill you." And that man is like, "Yeah, by the way, another extinction level event is about to happen. It's gonna make the Crusades look like a baby playing in a playground. I need your help with
all
this."
men need to be more than men, and Gears must become more than Gears. That's saying something.
Yeah, so I'm gonna need your help with this one, okay, buddy? I'm going to kill you. Cool. I'll see you in a couple of years, bro.
Cool. Yeah, I'll see you in 20 years.
Gears to become more than Gears. Eventually, Raven and that man capture Ina and stop her time mischief.
Okay.
These timelines also introduce us to a number of noteworthy individuals. Zappa,
Yeah.
an ordinary young man from Australia who one day becomes cursed and possessed by supernatural spirits, seeking Dr. Faust's help. He is prone to often losing his memory when he's taken over by Esko, the vengeful spirit of a dead woman with a grudge against any happy couples. His body was chosen because of his resemblance to the lover that abandoned her, causing her to take her own life. Zappa's contorted body is also host to a number of minor ghosts, an enchanted blade, a ghost dog, and a powerful lightning manifestation named Rap.
Star Platinum.
Unlike Esko, however, these other spirits are more outwardly protected
Lightning Platinum.
and caring of their host.
Star Lightning.
So to recap that, which Zappa's plotline is not really all that important, but it's interesting. Zappa is basically a shaman who's possessed by 8 million spirits at once.
The same fucking time.
At the same time. So his fighting style in Guilty Gear Accent Core is just using whatever spirits happen to be there at the time.
Yeah.
And I think, if I remember correctly, the spirits he gets can be slightly controlled, but for the most part, it's random.
That's awesome.
So his fighting style is never the same in any game.
Fuck yeah.
Bridget. Born the youngest brother from a set of twins to a multi-billionaire family, Bridget's town superstitiously believed that male twins bring misfortune, and were so committed to this idea that they insisted that the youngest twin be given up for adoption or put to death. Neither of these options appealed to Bridget's parents, however, so they chose to raise him as a daughter instead of a son. Despite a kind and loving upbringing, Bridget saw that his parents felt guilty for what they did, and tried his best but couldn't convince them that he was truly happy. He decides to leave town with his possessed teddy bear weapon named Roger to become a bounty hunter, hoping to return successful and wealthy as a man, to prove their extreme superstitions incorrect. Abba. A shy homunculus created in a mountaintop laboratory named Flask by a scientist experimenting with artificial life. When Abba awakened, her creator was nowhere to be found. After 10 years of isolation and imprisonment, her yearning for freedom led to her becoming a key collector. After escaping Flask, by chance she encounters Flamant Nagel, a living demon war axe that was once wielded during the Crusades. Seeing it as a giant key, Abba names it Paracelsus and takes it as her husband, vowing to find him a real body.
Okay.
2182 AD. The butterfly.
I was like, that's rad, and then I was like, oh, that's weird.
Chip Zanuck
It's very
is
strange,
reminiscing
yes.
on the lessons his master Tsuyoshi taught him when he happens across an assassination attempt on Erica Bartholomew, the 75th president of
That
the
is some
United
cool
States.
character art.
She ran alongside Vice President Colin Vernon. After Chip intervenes and saves the president's life, she explains that the U.S. government is currently being puppeted by the Assassin Syndicate, and that she's being targeted for her attempt to pass law in Congress that would sever their ties. As the Syndicate is also responsible for Tsuyoshi's death, Chip wants to see them ruined, and agrees to become Erica's bodyguard until the bill is passed.
Hell yeah.
The Assassin Syndicate persists in its
God, that's eerily
hostilities,
similar to fucking
attempting to
Leon
blackmail
Kennedy's
congressmen
backstory.
and frame Zep,
Yeah.
while sending an assassin named
Leon
Volk
Kennedy in the
to
events of
infiltrate
Raccoon
and
City
finish the job.
basically fucks shit up so hard and lives so good that he works his way through police force and becomes the president's fucking bodyguard.
Oh,
Just because he started fucking shit up.
Oh, you like Chip, huh? I'm gonna let you know right now, Chip only gets cooler.
Oh yeah, but like straight up, that's the same thing that happens to Leon. Is he fucks shit up so good that they're like, "Hey, you want this job?" And then he fucks that one up super good too, and they're like, "Hell yeah, just become the president's bodyguard." And like 2, 3, 4 years, like just jump from like beat cop to president's bodyguard, and that's what happens to start Resident Evil 4.
So to recap Chip's whole black story, he was a drug dealer turned drug addict turned ninja turned president bodyguard.
Oh yeah.
That's the story of his life right now. And it only gets cooler. It only gets cooler for Chip.
After luring Chip into a trap, Wolf shoots Erica with a black tech gun, but she survives and continues addressing the public. Chip later intercepts Wolf and recognizes him as the man responsible for killing his master. Wolf tauntingly insults the deceased Tsuyoshi and exposes Chip to the same drugs he was once addicted to. Chip manages to overcome Wolf's tactics and defeats him using Ki. With support also coming from Zep and the IPF, Erica passes the bill,
Chip is an Asian.
dealing a significant blow to the Syndicate.
Yeah.
Later,
Kai
delivers an IPF intel report to Chip, revealing that Tsuyoshi was actually an undercover agent embedded with the assassins, before escaping and taking Chip under his wing. Erica then asks Chip if he still intends to be president someday. He replies that he'll have to ask his master first.
Oh yeah.
2183 AD. The United Kingdoms of Illyria are officially recognized by the UN. Post-Crusade reconstruction efforts progress. A gathering of different city-states, philosophies, and religions that came together for survival reasons eventually give way to a new melting pot culture. The nation's capital is built atop the ruins of Rome and quickly becomes the largest metropolis of the post-Crusade world. The massive state
not only
includes Europe, but much of Asia as well, splitting the continent with the Federation of China. Illyria is divided into 3 kingdoms.
Oh no, it has to.
Vote, Kai Kisk is elected first king. First Holy Order soldier Leo Whitefang is elected second king, and the third king is named Daryl.
He doesn't have a last name. His name is just Daryl.
I love it.
In secret,
Kai, Leo, Daryl.
So I want to let you know that I hate Daryl, but Daryl is usually right.
Okay. All right.
I hate Daryl is Irving.
Really?
I hate Daryl.
That sucks.
I hate Daryl.
That
so
shit
much.
sucks.
I hate Daryl.
Fuck.
If you guys don't know who Irving is, we'll get to that eventually. But Daryl.
Yeah, you will see it eventually. But bye.
Daryl is Irving, and I hate him.
God, that sucks.
Spends more time with Dizzy, and before long, they fall in love. Despite the fact that they could not legally be married within the system due to her being a half-gear, Kai proposes to her anyway.
Hey, I want to let you know that marriage is stupid.
Yeah.
So what? Okay. You can't be legally married. The whole entire purpose of being married is just to say, hey, I'm going to stay with you forever. Well, you can do that without legally be binded to it. On top of the fact that what I think you're about to say, legally speaking, marriage is just the union between two families for business reasons anyway. So it was already BS.
Okay, yes, but also it changes your taxes.
It does change your taxes. This is true.
Like that.
But
that
in a world,
it also allows you to get like co-insurance and shit like that. So like some people get married simply to get the like extra shit.
But I want to ask you something, Logan. I want to ask you something. Do you think in post-apocalyptic Illyria, do you think they have taxes?
Fuck no. Well, yeah. Well, no. Here's the thing: they gotta have taxes.
They
Because
gotta have taxes.
how the fuck's the government gonna get money? Taxes.
Yeah,
Or they're gonna knock on everybody's door once a month and go, pay your shit, or we're gonna evict you.
You think they have
there's one way of doing it.
insurance? Do you think they have these things in post-apocalyptic justice?
No, but they gotta pay taxes.
They probably do have taxes and shit. So
yeah, Dizzy might have to file her own taxes. She could just have Kai do it.
Well, here's the question though: does the world even know Dizzy exists?
Apparently, they had did they have a manhunt for her?
Yeah, but I mean, like right now.
Oh, right now I don't fucking know.
Right, so
that's above my pay grade.
Right, so like, as of right now, technically, Dizzy doesn't exist right now.
Living together.
Wait, no, Dizzy doesn't exist because Jam claimed the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. She doesn't fucking exist.
She doesn't exist.
They were expecting a child. Kai suppressed his latent feelings of guilt and immorality with newfound joy. But the reminder of his sins returned seeing the inhuman pregnancy his wife had to go through. A doctor that knew of their situation assessed that Dizzy appeared to be halfway through her second trimester, but only 3 weeks had passed. Furthermore,
yeah, that's weird, huh?
The magic-based equivalent of an ultrasound was unable to see the fetus because it was encased in an egg. At some point during the nation's founding, Kai accepts an invitation from the Conclave. They point-blank tell Kai that they want him to become king of a new nation due to his popularity and status as a hero. Kai had previously considered that doing so would give him the power to create a better world for those who are suffering and for his wife and unborn child. But to suss out their motives, he politely dismisses his record as that of a military officer, unsuited for politics. The officials are blunt in their reply. That's fine if you don't do politics. You just have to keep your mouth shut and sit on the throne. Realizing that they want a puppet king, Kai excuses himself and asks to postpone the decision. They agree, but as he turns away, they pay their compliments. By the way, your secret wife is quite charming, isn't she? She seems awfully familiar. Anyway, we look forward to your response.
Okay.
So
good start.
So the Conclave came through and was like, "Hey, Kai, be king."
And he goes, "I don't know about that. I got give me a minute to think about it."
I mean, you don't got to do politics or anything. Just do whatever we tell you to.
Well, you know what? Yeah, give me like a day to think about it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No. You can take a day. Hey, by the way, give your wife our regards.
Sorry, who?
And your kid too. Give him our regards, please.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I didn't realize you knew. Bye.
So he just got lightly threatened.
Yikes.
Unparalleled confession. Kai is worn down, praying desperately before a statue of the Virgin Mary when Sol arrives at the church. Sol notices a child hiding behind Dizzy's skirt named Sin, while he appears to be the side.
Now, how fucked up is that?
That's fucked up.
He couldn't escape his sins, so he named his
what
child.
Did he do?
He named his child Sin.
Fucking Kai, you fucking prick.
Of a 3 or 4-year-old, Dizzy mentions that it's been 6 months. Gears not only mature at an advanced rate compared to humans, they also develop superior cognitive abilities at a faster rate as well.
So not only is Dizzy like 3 or 4, Sin is about 6 months old and is about 4 in human years.
And
it's probably just as smart as Kai is. So he already has massive disdain for Kai right now.
Yup.
He knows, man, I know what you did to my name, bro. I know what you did. You're not slick. This isn't okay, man.
Wow.
Essentially reaching adulthood in 3 years, Sol notices the child's right eye is covered by an eye patch and feels as if something sinister is being hidden. Gesturing to Kai, Dizzy asks Sol to please help him. The man Sol sees praying is a shadow of his former self. Kai has pale, thin cheeks and bags under his lifeless eyes. Sol smirks to himself as he notices Kai's right eye, covered by an eye patch as well. What did you come here for? Your god sent me because your confession was taking too long. Sol picks a fight, but Kai's energy is that of a man who's already defeated himself. Pushing Kai to his limits, Sol drags what's left of the old Kai out to the surface, showing some signs of life. But before things heat up, young Sin grabs Sol's leg and says, I hate Dad, but if Dad gets hurt, Mom will cry, and I won't forgive anyone who makes Mom cry. Sol asks the child if he's scared. Sin says that he is, but it doesn't matter. Sol then turns to Kai and says that his son is already tougher than he is. Kai asks Sol if he can take care of Sin for a while, knowing it's an unreasonable request. Sol asks if this is the answer that Kai found. Kai says it's not, but with a little time, he can make a safe world where his wife and child can smile.
Wow.
Sol then accepts without hesitation. Well then, no complaints on what kind of man he becomes.
So Sin is already a G.
Sin straight up says, I hate my fucking dad, but if my mom cries, I'll kill you. Like, fucking hell yeah.
Hey, Kai, your kid's already tougher than you are, bro. I'm just letting you know.
I love that. I love that inclusion.
I also love the inclusion. Your god was taking too long, so he sent me. That's so rad. That's so rad, bro.
Sol's so fucking cool.
He's
This
so
game is
cool.
awesome.
2184 AD. Chip Zanuck
Oh,
travels
yeah,
to
I've
a
seen
lawless area in the southern part of Africa and declares it the Eastern Chip Kingdom, taking thousands of families under poverty and criminals under his will.
So my man just showed up in Africa, said, "This is mine now."
he Christopher Columbus that bitch. He just shows up and goes, "Oh, this shit yours? Nah, this shit mine."
So he calls it the Eastern Chip Kingdom and becomes ninja president.
I knew he was president, but I didn't realize he was president of his captured land in Africa.
He just showed up in Africa and said,
Showed up and said, "This shit mine, and I'm your ninja president." They're like, "What's a president?" They're like, "Shut up, I'm me."
As this area has seen little aid following the Crusades, Chip manages to re-establish some stability, earn the people's respect, and is working towards UN recognition. He chooses a ninja businessman named
Hell yeah,
as his
Answer.
right hand,
Fuck yeah.
and appoints himself president of a kingdom. 2185 AD. Young Sin decides it's time he learned how to fight, and wonders about using Sol's weapon. Sol doubts it. Noting his affinity for lightning, Sin says it needs to be something that he can charge into battle with, that's manly and stylish, and most importantly, eye-catching. Sol sarcastically tells him to go wave a flag.
So he uses a flag.
Guilty Gear 2.
I mean,
Overture.
yeah. Wouldn't you? Shit's rad as fuck. Sin's cool as hell.
Hey man, the weapon you charge into battle is gonna be cool, manly, and flashy. You know, why don't you just go wave a flag around? A flag?
Cool.
Alright, cool. I'll use a flag.
Eye-catching. It's flashy. I could also do taunts with it mid-bat. Oh yeah, I'm in.
I can only imagine Sol going, "That's not..." Bro, I was kidding.
Dude, I want Sin to come back and him do fucking like color guard routine as a taunt.
You know what? I really feel that if they put Elfelt in the game, they're definitely putting Sin in the game.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely.
Ramlethal is already in the game, so I'm pretty positive they'll put Sin in the game anyway. But I feel like Sin is coming eventually in one of these season
Sin would
passes.
be cool.
Sin
would be cool.
I feel like Sin's coming back. All right, here's this Guilty Gear game that wasn't a fighting game.
Oh, that's this game?
Yeah.
What was it?
It was a tactical RPG.
Long dormant
Really?
begin to disappear without
It wasn't
Dude.
good.
Based on the date of the first
That
release,
sounds good.
It wasn't
until
good.
later referred to
That
as the
sucks.
Baptisma 13 incident. The backyard.
Sir Kai.
The backyard is an extremely mechanical and autonomous world of information that creates all possibilities and determines all events. Consider infinite potential occurrences being reduced to a single outcome by an automated process of discards and selections. The results are determined calculations, and thus they could be described as destiny. Despite the astronomically low probability of occurring, the phenomenon known as the Big Bang could be considered the result of all other outcomes being discarded. In other words, the backyard is a programming language, and the universe in which we live is the software.
It's a fucking simulation!
You can say that about the actual universe, though.
Well, I mean, yeah, we're fucking not in the Matrix, but like, yeah.
The universe is a hologram. Buy more gold.
Yeah.
Have you actually? Okay, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Have you seen that video, the holographic universe?
Yes.
And how it's literally explaining through quantum physics that as long as you're not observing everything you perceive as physical matter is not actually there.
Yeah, like the whole it's the same mentality. Like I actually equate this to what happens in video games. So when you're looking in a direction in a video game, everything in that cone is what's being rendered and shown to your character and you. Everything not in that field of view is just gone.
Yes.
It doesn't exist.
It is exactly like that.
As you turn, things will pop in right before you see it, so that your brain goes, oh, it's always been there. But in reality, it was gone. It doesn't exist unless you are looking at it.
So if you ever hear anyone say, "Don't look at anything, don't stare at something," because the fact that you're looking at it changes what it is. That is absolutely true. That is why I'm trying my hardest not to look at this download progress, because the more I look at it, the more it changes what it is. You hear people say, "Don't stare at your food cooking," because it changes how long it takes to cook it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a real thing. It's literally a thing in quantum physics. And my favorite thing about quantum physics is that quantum physics makes zero sense.
It makes zero sense. People to practicing it with a fucking doctorate.
I think my actual favorite thing of quantum physics is how a mirror works. Logan, do you know how a mirror works?
Dude, I've been explained this several times, and everyone has said different shit.
So the way that I understand how a mirror works is that light bounces off the mirror and goes into your eyes, right? That's how you perceive what's affecting the mirror. But what's stopping the reflection of light to go literally anywhere other than your eye? Right? So when that light eventually hits your eye, when the light eventually hits your eye and you perceive the light reflecting off the mirror so you can see what's in the mirror, it could have taken one of infinite amounts of paths to get to your eye. But when it actually reaches your eye, it acts as if it took the shortest path.
God, this shit is dumb. I feel like if you're doing quantum physics and all that kind of shit as like an actual student, you look at it and you go, Professor, what in the goddamn fuck are we doing? And then they look at you and go, we don't know either. Huh? God, fucking.
I just want you to know I clipped that. I have a doctorate now.
What the fuck is going on? And they're like, yes.
So, to put simply, the backyard is literally just everything can happen, but it's also not.
And everything can happen, but these things are the ones that were determined.
Yes, and the Earth and the universe that we know it as is what has been determined.
Instantly be crushed to death by the density of information contained within.
Oh, so that's the thing.
That's cool. That's cool.
So that's the thing. There are information spikes. I don't understand how in this world information spikes happen, but to my understanding, it's basically stuff that wasn't supposed to be there is now inexplicably just there.
This reminds me so much of something from The Good Place.
I
It's
don't
in
think I know what that
one of
is.
the very later seasons.
Okay. Actually, I do know what that is. I know that's a TV show where the chick goes to heaven, but she's not
The
supposed to be
time
in heaven.
knife.
I haven't seen
Yes,
it. My cousin
yes,
is watching. I've caught
yes.
glimpses of it off, so you're gonna have to explain this.
But so the time knife, like I'm not gonna go into the full explanation of it because it's actually like a mild spoiler. But like
Okay.
one of these characters just kind of falls into this endless ether where it's like this. It's like basically he falls in the backyard
Okay.
and sees all these things and he goes, I've seen all layers of life and everything layered on top of each other to form this singular blade. And the guy goes, yeah, the time knife. We know about that. Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yep. That's
He's like every facet of human being and everything in existence folded in on itself to form one sharp blade. And he goes, yeah, the time knife. Moving on to real stuff. And it's like, what?
Yeah, that's exactly what quantum physics is. In order for the lights to perceive, for your eyes to perceive what's going on in this mirror, it took any one of infinite possibilities to get to it. Oh yeah, the mirror. Yeah, moving on. Oh my god.
The first one.
Okay, because I was like, huh? What happened to
A
the town?
being is created within the backyard at a point in time that would be impossible to discern using our world as a reference point. The template of a specific...
Okay, so this has nothing to do with what he's talking about. In the backyard, there are colors that you can't perceive.
Yeah, okay.
So if you didn't know what kind of place this was, you do now. There are colors you can't physically comprehend because your body is not made to.
Oh my god. So this is the thought-provoking stream at this point, because I think we've had this discussion before. And a lot of people have this idea of colors and all that. It's like, okay, colors are things, colors are there. Let's just expand on this thought for a second. How do you explain color to a blind man?
You can't.
You can't.
You physically can't, because in order to explain a color,
can't.
you need to explain a different color.
Yeah. What's blue? Oh, it's not red. Huh?
So blue
what the
is...
fuck does that mean?
So blue is this kind of color that's kind of cool, and it's not purple, but it's like made of purple. What's purple?
What the fuck does cool mean? What the fuck does that mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean cool? Oh, blue. like you can't. It's not possible for you to explain.
Color doesn't make sense to people who do not have the understanding of it.
Hey, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Did you know dolphins were racist to other dolphins?
Yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
That's insane to me.
Yeah, they experience basically their own forms of segregation and hate crimes.
To anyone who doesn't know, if you see dolphins are actually really racist to other purposes. So if you see a dolphin with spots and that dolphin is getting beat up by other dolphins, they're being racist.
Yeah.
The world is a weird place.
Specific human woman is used to
they
create
also
the
like
body,
to rape humans, but
and the
that's
soma
fine.
is provided.
They like to do a lot of things.
But some irregularities occur due to the intervention of Mother. As such,
Mother.
Valentine is born. After
Valentine.
A self-diagnostic,
Huh, that sounds familiar, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What's just remind me real quick. What's Ramlethal's last name?
I think it's Valentine.
Okay. What about Elfel?
Oh, is hers also Valentine?
Yeah, it's also Valentine. So
Really?
This is Valentine. No relation. No,
this is that bitch.
No, so Mother created Valentine.
Mm-hmm.
This is Valentine. Now, we're not gonna... Wooly will probably talk about this later, but for some reason, Valentine looks exactly like Arya.
For some reason.
Valentine concludes that she is not someone named Arya, but queries who Arya is, as excess memories and emotions appear to be present, containing feelings for someone named Frederick. With no way to interpret this residual data, emotional processes are put on hold until she can complete her objective to find a key for Mother. But there appears to be no exit. She wanders aimlessly for an
Valentine needs to go find a quote-unquote key for Mother. outside of the backyard. But the backyard is the backyard. You can't
How the fuck do you get out of the backyard?
You can't get in the house from the backyard. Your backyard friends, the backyard again.
Until she encounters a talkative, sleazy black sphere named Lucifero. It follows her. Somewhere, an autonomous troublemaker, only referred to as Mr. A, to protect his honor.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Unconsciously causes a gate to appear, allowing Valentine to exit the backyard. She steps in through and arrives on Earth in the year 2186 AD. 40 dormant gears have vanished without explanation.
So that implies Axel is a god.
Who's grown into a cheerful, unrefined youth, travels with Soul, collecting bounties. They spot a wanted poster for Soul, which she interprets as a tasteless call for help from King Kai Kisk of Illyria.
Wait, dead or alive, but you're fucking what?
But you're immortal, bro.
Soul feels a severe headache and is suddenly attacked by Valentine and her army of creatures called the Visuel. Soul initially loses
this
his
game looks decent.
Valentine's face is
it's
identical
not
to Aria, but he regains
that
it
sucks.
upon determining that this is in fact a stranger. She states that she's after the key. And
I am not Aria. Then die.
Escaping as she too begins to feel a headache. The Visuel army fights using an unfamiliar, powerful form of magic.
Okay. So this is fun. This is fun. They're gonna explain. He's about to explain a whole different version of magic, and it's not gonna matter past this game.
Great.
Is tuning outside of the 12 steps. Soul and Sin are initially unable to fight at all until a mysterious fox-eared yokai arrives and unlocks their ability to defeat this new enemy by optimizing the chords of their summoning magic. He introduces himself as Izuna, originating from Underworld Hill, a pseudo-space dimension close to the backyard. It is home to other magic-based life forms called yokai. Signs seem to suggest that Underworld Hill is actually man-made, and that Izuna is the guardian spirit incarnation of an island that used to be known as Japan. Rare irregularities in the backyard can result in this kind of phenomena. 2187 AD. Inside Illyria Castle, the body of King Kai's...
So, let's recap that for a second. Izuna shows up and it helps Soul and Kai fight these things that Valentine just strolled up with this new form of magic that doesn't follow any of the rules of magic as they know it.
No rules.
That's it. That's all you need to know.
His convict hammer guard are strewn about, and the king himself is sealed with a powerful spell. Next to him, Raven, the undying disease, is inexplicably present.
Oh yeah.
He observes that Soul has now acquired the backyard's abilities and vanishes, asking Soul if he has a message for that man.
Your dead body shredded in
As
pieces.
The seal holding the king is an advanced encrypted cord, Izuna suggests that they get help from one of the world's foremost magic experts, Dr. Paradigm. They journey to the Ganymede archipelago using Izuna's teleportation magic.
Bam.
Soul's hatred of gears causes some initial tensions, but Dr. Paradigm's observations
You're
of
rather
the ongoing
attractive
crisis
yeah.
provide unparalleled insight. He correctly identifies Soul as Frederick, the scientist from 100 years ago. Soul reveals that the usage of limitless energy without knowing its source was an alarming prospect to scientists and scholars at the time, but humanity was too desperate to look a gift horse in the mouth following the dawn of revival. It was then hypothesized that the source of magic was a superior dimension, thus creating the backyard theory. Dr. Paradigm explains that the cube he discovered appears to be a control interface where man could manipulate this world, and that the survival in dense information space could be made possible with the original gear cells specifically created by that man.
Whew.
Dr. Paradigm frees King Kai. Sin immediately asks if his mother is safe, but when Kai can't say for sure, Sin chews him out as a king incapable of protecting anything and leaves. Kai then explains
Sin's
that a few
fucking
days ago,
rebellious
Izzy
teen.
began to fade away
I want you to think about something for a second. He was a rebellious teen when he was like 2.
When he was 2 days old.
he specifically 6 months old. He was a rebellious teen. Soul shows up, the literal definition of this world's rebellion, and Kai goes, "Hey, take my son with you." So he spent the rest of his life with literal rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he's a rebellious teen.
Well, he just hates his fucking dad. Like that's the thing about it. He just hates his fucking dad.
As he probably should. He named him Sin.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Like, what kind of father names their child after their literal, like, sins? What kind of father does that?
Alright, time to go to school, Arson. Like, what the fuck? Huh?
Like the other vanishing gears. So to save her, he used up the Thunder Seal's magic to create a temporal barrier, holding her in stasis mid-disintegration. Dr. Paradigm,
so Dizzy died.
Dizzy had been kept alive as another weaponized gear in the hands of the government, explains that she is a complete backup of Justice, so she too contains the special gear cells that would allow one to enter the cube. Valentine must thus be absorbing gears in search of these cells.
Also, this is completely just a character thing, a character design thing. Soul being a gear is characterized by his long hair. Because he doesn't have long hair as Frederick, and when he loses his gear powers later in Strive,
he had short hair.
He loses his hair. He physically loses his hair. Like, so, I mean, he still has his regular hair, but like the long hair that he has, like the ponytail, he loses that. Mm-hmm. So Soul being a gear is characterized by how long his hair is. It's a really weird detail, but it's there.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Paradigm moves to destroy Dizzy to mitigate all risks, but Kai stops him, openly proclaiming that he has fallen in love with the gear.
Yeah, look at Soul's face like, okay.
If Valentine is defeated, but Valentine abducts and mind controls Sin instead. Since he
that's a costume that we had in Exert.
The key from his gear cells and leaves him behind to deal with Soul.
I love that. You're Sin's teacher, right? So you're stronger, yeah? Oh, you must have gotten that from your dad. Oh, God. Oh, cool. You can see him fucking doing his version of Ride the Lightning, basically.
I mean, he's still called Ride the Lightning.
Is it really? I didn't use him.
The group chases after him.
He's just kicking him!
Access the dimensional gate to the backyard.
I'm back, bro. Stop.
No, you couldn't. I love it.
Fighting alongside
He's doing the thing
father,
if you make mom sad, I will kill you.
slightly.
But also, if you die and make mom sad, I will still hunt you. Like,
it's like that Spider-Man line. Oh my God, did I die? Oh, mom and dad are gonna kill me.
yeah, exactly. Yep, great. His cloak made me think he had a mermaid tail.
Well, it's Batman.
Forsooth, it's that boy.
The gear maker himself appears before Soul, who immediately prepares to engage.
So he immediately just went gear form.
Soul remarks that his appearance has really fallen, and that man accepts it, as well as the blame for the Crusades, and turning Soul into a gear. However, he explains that there's no time to deal with any of this, because Valentine, the Universal Will's offspring, needs to be stopped.
Hey, you remember?
That man casts an effect on the group that allows them to pass beyond the gate and sends them off. With this spell, they can survive the information density of the backyard, now that they've spent some time attuned to it.
So, the Universal Will showed up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Universal Will made Valentine. And that man showed up and was like, "Hey, Soul, need your help." And Soul's like, "No, I'm gonna kill you." He's like, "No, seriously,
Now listen.
I need your help. I'm gonna let you and Sin, is that your name? Sin? I'm gonna let you boys come to the backyard right quick. Here you go. Follow me.
Here's this helmet that's gonna keep you from dying of the pressure. Deuces.
Lego.
Soul, Izuna, Dr. Paradigm, and eventually Sin enter the gate and arrive at the edge of isolated space. Valentine has begun the process of unlocking the cube, but is interrupted. Soul rushes ahead while the others keep her busy. Unable to understand why she keeps failing, Valentine wonders if the emotional processes she put on hold are the cause. She suddenly gets furious and changes into a larger armored form, loosely reminiscent of Justice.
Loosely. Actually, the arms look similar to Bedman's fucking thing.
Due to the
it does look like that.
in the programming of the cube and Soul's own gear cells, he is able to understand the unlock process. But short on time, he simply breaks it completely.
Of course he does.
Valentine loses her purpose and prepares to self-destruct while closing the gate.
We're standing back to
Soul stays
back.
behind to stop her
That
final
comes
form
running
with his
on a
Trigon
midnight
Storm, while
train.
the others escape.
All right, everybody, leave. I'm gonna fuck her shit. Okay, cool.
Well, okay.
Oh, look, it's a Kingdom Hearts boss.
Oh. Drag on!
Insta. As far as I haven't played the game, but I'm pretty positive you don't see that fight.
Oh, that's so cool.
Valentine is destroyed. With no way out, Soul thinks of Arya. That man appears and tells Soul he needs to survive to face the universal will in the coming merciless apocalypse. He then tells Frederick to live on as the flame of corruption.
Huh.
Soul asks if he was behind Valentine resembling Arya. That man says not at all, because Arya had already been killed by the two of them. Soul swears to kill the Gearmaker next time, and corrects him on the name as the gate opens to send him home. He isn't Frederick. His name is Soul.
Cool. Cool.
With the crisis averted, Dr. Paradigm begins the process of saving Dizzy. Kai offers Dr. Paradigm a place in Illyria for Gears to live in the open for the sake of his wife and child. Soul thinks back on that man's words and wonders,
Flame of corruption.
Asuka, what are you thinking?
Hell yeah. This shit cool. And this lore is fucking weird and I love it.
It's weird. It's really good though.
The backyard. Hidden behind its gates are the eternal truths of good and of evil, of creation and destruction, of chaos the likes of which mankind has never seen. In a time long past, a philosopher entered this other realm. He returned, and through shuddering breaths he spoke. No evil should touch this place. This philosopher sealed all that the backyard was into a single tome.
That philosopher?
Hmm.
Remember him.
Okay.
Remember him.
His hope was that mankind would never stumble upon its power. With that, the path to the backyard was forever barred, and peace once again blessed our world.
Hey.
But what followed, the ancient sage could never have predicted.
Good.
For evil came not from a human who discovered the book, but from inside the backyard itself.
Spicy.
That's cool. If I close it, everyone will be safe. Oh god, I was wrong.
Get ready to rock.
Here we got Guilty Gear sign.
Mm-hmm.
The Memories of Aska R. Cruz, Isotope and Isolation. In a time long gone, before the end of friendships and a century of war, Frederick Bulsara, Arya Hale, and Aska R. Cruz
That man.
had a philosophical discussion about the nature of creation, evolution, and the guiding influence of something in between. Arya, at the start of her workday, notes that the other two had not slept and that she was entering a discussion in its 5th hour. As a thought exercise, Aska asks Arya if she believes all products of the natural world are accidents of low probability. Arya concurs that this is...
What do you think, Logan?
I'm a really need to hear that again.
Do you think all the living universe as we know it is an accident of probability?
It's weird hearing accident and probability in the same sentence. Because in my head, everything is probable until it's decided. That kind of deal, you know? And hearing accident sounds like something was meant to happen, but something else happened instead, which directly doesn't... my brain doesn't like that.
So it's contradictory.
In my head, at least.
So do you think... So let's be direct about the question then. Do you think everything, the living universe as we know it, just happens to be that way and there was no purpose in it being this way? It just happened this way.
That is a very interesting question that I've had to think about a long time, and I don't have a good answer for.
I'm going to say...
Because... Yeah, go for it.
I'm going to say absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
It's like how do I explain this? It's like the idea of aliens, right?
Yeah.
Aliens 100% exist, just not the way that we think aliens exist.
Agreed.
Because there's definitely another planet with life on it, right? But there's not necessarily sapient life on there.
There's not an Asari in the fucking next cluster over.
Right. Like, so it's not necessarily this was intended to be this way. We're the only ones in the universe. It just happened that we happen to be here.
And that goes with what I was saying. Is I was like, I don't agree with a lot of organized religion. I think that concept is not accurate, not real, not
archaic.
But I don't. Yeah, archaic is a great word for it. But I don't necessarily think that there's not something that guided us, but people have aspired it to an unworldly being like a god or a deity. But at the same time, there's just as much evidence for, hey, this shit just happened, as much as evidence for, nah, a god put these pyramids on the side. It's like,
there's just as much evidence as it just happened as much as there is it was designed this way.
Yeah, my brain is like, literally, both are a possibility, and I think both are not conclusive.
So what is it, the golden spiral?
Yes.
Or the golden ratio? That seems pretty designed to me.
It does.
But also, how the fuck does a mirror work?
How the fuck does any of this work?
So it just happened that way. It was designed. There you go. Perfect. Two perfect examples of what that looks like.
And let's get into this real quick. Computers happen because we got in our brain to throw lightning into a rock. What the fuck does that mean? Think about that. We got computers because some fucking weirdo wanted to put a bolt of lightning into a fucking rock he found on the side of the road.
I just found 2 bricks. 12. Walking on the side. Out of row. There you go. What? 12 bricks. Gotta make it flip. Gotta make it count. Oh my god, what the fuck I'ma do with that?
This is stochastically correct. Asuka hypothesizes that though we have never identified and measured the existence of a creator, something theoretical could exist that defines the outcomes of all natural events in minute detail. Arya thinks it would be reasonable enough to call this theoretical thing God.
So basically what you and I just said, that's what they said.
Mm-hmm.
Asuka then points out that within a given evolutionary model, there sometimes exists a missing link, where species A becomes species C, but evidence of step B is missing. This might be caused by a number of factors as identified by the theoretical God, but he finds the idea of a third-party interference.
Everything becomes crap.
Compelling consideration, as it is entirely possible
Everything evolves
that
into
an
crap.
outside factor could force species A to become C by rewriting DNA. Asuka dubs this factor Apocalypse. Arya considers the theory, but deems it too wildly impractical. Asuka notes that throughout history, considerable numbers of species with missing links have gone extinct, and that the intervention of Apocalypse could lead to ruin. Frederick interjects that Asuka's statements are in fact absurd, and Arya shouldn't believe him. You should be the one that chooses your own path. No one else's hand should decide for you. It's that simple. Good.
Wow, that does
says
sound like
Asuka.
something Soul would say.
I feel the same way. Asuka awakens in a dark
That was
room
some great sound design.
inside a coffin-like device overflowing with colorless liquid, with hundreds of superfine metal threads connected to his hippocampus.
How do you explain colorless to someone who's blind?
Well,
Like, the answer is you can't. But how?
yo, it's colorless, but I thought you said everything has a color. Well, yes, but actually no. Huh? What color's fishing line? Clear?
Clear is a color now. No.
So clear's a color? No. Is opaque a color? Yes, that's black. What? Huh?
I love this game so much.
So fucking good.
Oh, it's so good.
Raven, who is standing nearby, presses a switch, removing the lid from the device. Asuka sits up. His body's been rejuvenated once again, and he feels restored. However, the permanent memory loss associated with this process continues to be a complication of extending his life. Thus, Asuka is in the process of backing up his memories, and notes to Raven that this one in particular has elicited some nostalgia.
Ooh.
Baptisma 13 Epilogue. Asuka and Raven stand in the backyard after the destruction of Valentine. Asuka feels that things will not go as smoothly next time, as there's no telling when the next Valentine will appear, or if there will be tens
Or
of
tens of
them.
thousands.
He wonders
Christ.
if the flame of corruption will be the one to end things. Raven remarks that the dragon install has started to encroach, and vows his protection. But Asuka says that won't be needed,
On his horn it
History
says
will write its
live.
own
That's
course.
sick.
and it'll be Raven's responsibility to witness it. The time of apocalypse approaches, and Arya won't wait any longer.
Jesus.
2186.
Also a good song.
In the
Dun, dun,
aftermath
dun, dun,
of Baptisma 13, the UN holds...
I'm gonna go
an
play fucking
emergency
Strive
session.
after this. Jesus.
Right?
Tai Kisk, first king of Illyria, proposes human coexistence with Gears. The proposal is defeated and never mentioned to the public. But as a result, many heads of state begin to distrust Kai. World powers begin to develop their own countermeasures to provide humanity with defense against the unknown. The Conclave initiates the Cypress Project, a weapons
Oh.
development program for magic-based firearms used by those without magical aptitude.
Don't worry about that.
Furthermore, magical constructs called Opus units are developed. Effective in traditional combat as well as magic support, they're designed to obey without question. Production output for both the Cypress and Opus projects takes place in a secret research lab named Frasco 2, overseen by Leon Mining, a nefarious founder of the Post-War Administration Bureau, with political ties to the Assassin's Guild. Starting with Illyria, shipments of Opus units are soon deployed to every major city globally, as per the orders of the Sanctus Maximus Populi.
That seems interesting.
The Sanctus Populi organization is not technically a religion, as they have no doctrine and require no faith, but they're nonetheless treated with the same devotion and trust by the general population. While vast amounts of knowledge have been lost to time, after the dawn of revival, humanity never forgot those who they relied on amidst the chaos. It was only natural that the apostles that saved humanity would soon be surrounded by devout followers.
So, didn't mention this. The apostles that came through and showed everybody magic once upon a time, right? They just disappeared.
Fucking disappeared.
They just disappeared. They showed everybody magic, they just disappeared. And no one questioned it because who cares, we have magic now, right?
Yeah. Jesus, that's so fucked.
So what happened to them, Logan?
What happened to them?
They're the Conclave. That's what happened to them.
Oh.
They're the Conclave.
I see.
These followers became the founding body of the Sanctus Populi organization. Currently, though the Conclave holds decision-making power over world governments, the Sanctus Populi's leadership position, Sanctus Maximus, holds the true final executive decision. For 8 years, from 2169 to 2177, the position of Sanctus Maximus was held by Happinus the 27th, a beloved, gentle, and fair man, but in his final days, he deteriorated both mentally and physically, eventually dying of fatigue. He is succeeded by his appointed cardinal, Ariels.
Ooh, she got a fancy title.
Known for being calm and virtuous.
Wonder why.
However, the Sanctus Maximus is not the only one preparing countermeasures in the wake of Baptisma 13. Guilty Gear, Vast Edge XT.
Vast Edge. Okay. Oh.
Shotgun at head, Logan.
Yeah. Holy shit.
That was a pinball game, or pachinko machine game.
Soul created the Outrage. Now, with the emergence of Valentine from the backyard,
Yeah,
and
that's
Asuka
about right.
insinuating that there are more to come, Soul seeks the Outrage components, also known as the Sacred Treasures, to upgrade his Fire Seal sword into something capable of handling whatever else comes from the backyard. Dr. Paradigm introduces Soul to a gunsmith dog, capable of helping construct weapons according to Soul's designs. In homage to Junkyard, the unrefined slab he used during his Holy Order days, Soul has the Fire Seal encased in another magic amplifier and christens it the Junkyard Dog Mark II. Soul and Sin receive intel from Dr. Paradigm, detailing that the Conclave is made up of 4 sages: Axis, the first; Libraria, the second; Baldius, the third; and their leader, Cronus, the fourth.
Cronus is cool.
They currently possess the Flashing Fang, an Outrage component that amplifies light magic. May has additional intel, saying that they actually have more than one Outrage component, and that they might be kept in a secret North European location called Hardened Fort.
What the fuck? This is so weird.
Conclave appears to have also put a bounty out on Soul's head.
This is a
resulting in
pachinko
number of
machine,
bounty
Logan.
hunters gunning for
I
him,
know.
from unknown
I've always wanted to
soldiers
play pachinko.
to a few familiar faces, such as Bridget. Soul also crosses paths with Milia Rage, who's seeking truth surrounding rumors that Zato's body has been stolen. Through Cronus,
Holy shit.
we learn that the Conclave have appointed themselves the only true leaders of humanity, and they're awaiting something called St. Elmo's Fire to become gods.
St. Elmo's Fire.
They possess 3 outrage parts: the Flashing Fang, the Dominator, and Baikal. They believe King Kai knows too much, and will need to be put down, but it's too early to do so. Soul, however, can't be allowed to be an obstacle to them any longer. Soul and Sin infiltrate Hardened Fort and encounter Baldius, who taunts them and attacks using forbidden magic,
This is
allowing him to
awesome.
fight with a power closely resembling Eddie, named Cerberus. It is
Why the
unknown
fuck
whether
are they
or
not
this is
fighters
made
in the game?
possible due to the
Oh, 'cause they're
Conclave
dead.
research into Zato 1's corpse.
Fuck it, that stopped them before.
Despite Baldius'
Fair.
taunting, he reveals nothing.
I mean,
of
I
the
guess Eddie
Conclave's
was in the game.
intentions. Though he's
Yeah.
able to absorb Soul's Fafnir attack, he's ultimately outmatched and melts away into a puddle to escape. His injuries prove to be fatal, however, and he dies shortly after, bolstering the resolve of the remaining sages. A teacup is placed upside down in his memory at future
In his
Conclave
memory.
meetings.
Okay.
Soul retrieves the Flashing Fang and integrates it into his sword, finalizing it as Junkyard Dog Mark III. When activated, the outer casing opens up to reveal an integrated fire seal, alongside parts that resemble Bridget's revolving yo-yo. The combined usage of 2 outrage components allows its original purpose to be fulfilled. A portable weapon capable
Jesus.
of firing the all-powerful spell, Saint Oratorio. Guilty Gear Exerd. Sign.
Ah, we get cutscenes now.
Now we have Exerd.
私はラムレザル・バレンタイン。
Rimlithurl.
世界に宣戦布告する。
Oh, I remember this.
Show us that smile, girl.
あなた方出来損ないの人形どもはすべて根絶やしにする。未来を悲観しろ。
There it is.
Team Red.
Yeah. So why is that so alive?
Why is he the first character shown other than Soul and Kai? Like,
Because he's alive.
yeah. Milia and Venom, then Slayer. It's like, huh? Potemkin.
Faust is so goofy.
Faust is awesome.
We're gonna back to back. Death
So
comes
low,
running
shit.
on a midnight train. Back to back. Yeah, back to back.
Fucking Bedman, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Break it down. Blaze it down. What a heavy day.
Guilty Gear Exile.
It's time to rock.
October 21st, 2187 AD. A
Japan.
being called Ramlethal Valentine announces
Hint,
her
hint,
existence
Valentine.
to the world publicly,
Yeah, really.
broadcasting a declaration of war on humanity. October 23rd. The Conclave
At
meets in
blank.
a location known as the Tea Room to discuss their secret negotiations with Ramlethal and their intentions to rewrite the history of mankind. They assess all particular persons of interest who might interfere with their plans. Ino reflects that though she's gone through the integration point and killed Ramlethal many times in many timelines, it does not change the outcome of a dull, gray world. Babylon, 5 years in the future, with humanity nowhere in sight. However, bringing that man into this time cycle has finally caused some change, as she realizes that Soul has become much stronger than usual, and that she's unable to kill Ramlethal. She's ecstatic at the prospect of no longer being obsessed with this world's outcome. Suddenly, a time-slip trap that she set goes off, bringing Axel Lowe, to 2192 AD. Axel Lowe time slips to 2192 AD, to the city of Babylon, 5 years in the future. A voice reaches out to Axel, and the man calling himself the Original asks him to deliver a message.
Oh, that's important too.
Man.
The Original?
Axel then time slips directly into a dream world in which he is almost killed by an immensely powerful enigma called Bedman. But he's pulled out at the last second by a time slip trap set by Ina.
Big Blast song.
Axel knows about the existence of the Original. She agrees to let him deliver his message, ignoring his request.
Now, I didn't realize this, but the Original is important.
England, 1998. Potemkin is assigned to investigate Ramlethal on behalf of Zep. However, due to Bedman's interference, he spends 3 days trapped inside the Nightmare Theater of Bedman's slumber, delaying Zep from acting without intel until it's too late. Bedman reveals himself to be a clandestine operator and an agent serving an unknown client, possessing an acute intellect and expansive vocabulary.
Oh, watch
he
this.
excels at identifying weaknesses and exposing them. He appears to always be silent and asleep, carried by his magically weaponized bed frame. His silence is only apparent to those in the waking world, however. In the Nightmare Theater of his permanent slumber, he is a braggadocious, condescending,
Love this.
long-winded individual.
Watch Soul's reaction.
Huh.
Look at Soul.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Just fuck off. Just fuck off. Somehow just walk through this. Oh my god, that'd be amazing. Jesus Christ.
I detest long conversations. Thank fuck.
He appears to be intimately aware of the nature of the world, and with this knowledge, frighteningly powerful, especially to those trapped in his nightmare. It is unknown whether or not anything can wake him up. Chibsanoff sets out to establish his kingdom on the world stage by defeating this new global threat.
Yeah, that's a good way to get your kingdom recognized.
On the way to confronting Ramlethal, he runs into May and decides to escort her.
Bullshit!
I told you he's a weeb. He just says random Japanese words.
A word which May doesn't understand. Ramlethal says that it means she's still somewhat useful, but it's also something that the rest of humanity considers a disease.
That's racist.
Milia Rage secretly meets Venom, who informs her that Zato-1 has been resurrected by the Conclave. Venom has been assigned to guard Zato's location.
Hey, you remember that girl that they stole from Faust?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was the Conclave.
Uh-huh.
Remember that other girl that Faust went crazy over because he thought he killed?
Yup.
That was also the Conclave.
Yup.
So,
okay.
The Conclave's been busy, huh?
Damn it. This shit is
they agree
awful.
to meet again on the battlefield as enemies with the same goal. In a secret lab known as the Conclave's Opera House, Zato-1 floats in a dimensional prison with Forbidden Beast Eddie, trying to recall his existence. He chooses to stay contained. The Conclave's stolen resurrection experiment has worked, resulting in Zato being the first human to have his soul returned to his body. However, his mind and personality have been wiped clean, with only trace words and concepts remaining. While Zato's return to life has zero significance to the Conclave in specific, the circumstances of him being host to a bonded life form are the true reason why he was used as a test subject. Suddenly remembering the name Milia and sensing her nearby, he exits the prison, where he's reunited with her, Venom, and later on, Slayer.
You remember that, doesn't he?
Yeah. Oh, that was when he was saying that.
While Zato no longer has
Oh.
his former personality or complete memories, his desire to protect Milia remains strong. Faust receives an invitation to Slayer's manor, Villa Vampire. Slayer tips him off that the death of his young patient was staged malpractice orchestrated by the Conclave and executed by Zato I, who somehow lives. Faust then confronts the recently freed Zato at the Opera House.
I feel the power of Earth to
Zato's
slaughter
behavior
you.
is surprisingly earnest.
All
He tells
understandable.
Faust to
Please
him
kill
if he
me.
wishes, as he has every right to, but he asks for a bit of time first. He then explains that Faust's research led him to the ultimate procedure, resurrection. Not only was this discovery integral to the Conclave's ultimate goals, they also couldn't allow its existence to be known by anyone. Thus, a conspiracy was hatched against Dr. Baldhead, and that soon they intend to use this power. King Kai Kisk of Illyria gathers intel on Ramlethal and puts a plan into action. He's suspicious of the timing of her appearance alongside the recently activated Opus units as well, and concludes that the government can no longer be trusted. Kai prepares 300,000 world dollars and contacts Soul Bad Guy to hire his services. Soul demands 1 million. Together, alongside Sin Kisk, they journey to the ruins of Japan to confront Ramlethal.
Surrender or die. Valentine. Wow, started off with a dust. He went strong.
Lucifero! Oh, she the JoJo pose.
Uh-huh. Ooh.
October 28th, 2187 AD. Ramlethal is defeated in the ruins of Japan, but Soul catches on to the fact that they've been baited. Who declares war on the world and then sits waiting in the middle of nowhere? Ramlethal concedes that the outcome of this battle was irrelevant, as she was only a distraction.
Here's the plan. Hey, remember they're talking about Babylon?
Oh.
Yeah, screw Babylon.
Oh.
Who cares about Babylon? What?
Suddenly, a tremendous floating fortress known as the Cradle appears above the city of Babylon for a brief moment, then disappears, emitting a massive information shockwave. All living beings in the city are atomized in the process.
Awesome.
So they all just got clapped.
A monumental
Yeah.
black sigil appears in the sky, identical to the one seen above the ruins of Japan, and the one seen when Dragon Installs Soul activates the true power of the Fire Seal.
Cool.
Contact has been made with the backyard.
Oh no.
Kai, Soul, and Sin observe in horror as countless innocents are killed. Kai exclaims that everything is happening just like she said. Could she have been telling the truth?
Who is she?
Soul asks him what the hell he knows, but before they can react, Ramlethal grabs Soul and flies upwards, beginning a self-destruct sequence. I think it's time we died. Let's go together.
She watches Harry Potter. So, Soul dies.
Yep. Everybody got clapped.
Ramlethal Valentine has been defeated only 1 week after her declaration of
That sounded wrong.
war.
I think I moved too early. Yeah, I moved a little bit too early. No, I did. What is going on here? 4, 5. Okay. We'll explain.
Ramlethal Valentine
Because
has
there's
been
something
defeated
in the middle of there
only
that
after
didn't
her
happen.
declaration of war. In Babylon, strange gray ash is raining from the sky. and
Everybody
the
got
once
Thanos.
bustling city is now a
You
deserted
snapped.
wasteland. With no survivors found, but all structures still intact, the world watches on in confusion. Some believe it to be Ramlethal's doing. Others say it's caused by a change in St. Elmo's fire, but only a select few realize the truth. The Conclave has finally played its hand. The Cradle has awakened, and the last dawn has begun.
So, given everything that you know about the overworld, right? What do you think the Cradle is?
The cradle's not just like the door to the backyard or anything,
No.
right?
No.
Yeah. Is that floating fucking thing the cradle?
Yes.
No, the cradle's okay.
This giant chaos emerald with a face is the Cradle.
Okay. But my brain wants to be like, that's where they are. It's like that's probably not it.
No, it's
Like,
not.
yeah, it's a thing.
始めようか。世界征服だ。
Guilty Gear Excerpt Sign Story Mode.
Story mode.
Moments before Ramlethal's declaration of war on October 21st,
So we're going
she
back a
meets
little
with the
bit.
Conclave to see if they're mentally prepared to proceed with the common goal of activating the Cradle. Libraria has doubts because of the projected casualty count, but Axis chides her, emphasizing that there isn't enough time to make humanity understand. Libraria concedes that the Conclave only exists because of what they intend to do today. Cronus then signals
Let's
the
fuck
beginning
it up.
of the last dawn. Days later, following the destruction of Babylon, King Leo Whitefang is scrambling to get search and rescue efforts underway when he's contacted by King Kai Kisk, requesting approval for temporary release of Elfelt Valentine. Leo declines, so Kai decides
Alright,
to
remember
act
what this
alone
looks
to
like.
authorize her release. Elfelt's constraints are removed, and she immediately deploys from Kai's Royal Fleet 1 airship.
Elfa
Within
looks different than
seconds,
when we
he's
saw
able
her.
to nullify Ramlethal's self-destruct attack on Sol and subdue her.
どうして
I love it.
エル
Yeet.
Good shit.
Elfelt, like her sister Ramlethal, are creations beholden to Mother, just like the original Valentine of Baptisma 13. Unlike the others, however, Elfelt was born with no knowledge of her true mission up until her memories were unlocked on the day of her wedding. Finding herself at odds with her programmed role to bring about human omnicide, she decides to leave her fiancé, a death metal vocalist, at the altar. She then finds Kai and chooses to warn him of the coming dangers instead. We flash back to a research lab in 2014.
So, he glossed over it, but how that actually happened is that she left her husband or her fiance at the altar, went into Illyria, and went, "Hey,
Hey, King, bitch.
I'm a Valentine," and no one believed her. Hey guys, I'm a Valentine. While everyone walks past, no, seriously, guys, I'm a Valentine. No one believes her. Hey Kai, I'm a Valentine. Word? Okay, let's talk.
Arya asks Frederick if he's ever wanted to be a bird. He says no, but flying would be cool, so why not a cockroach? Arya calls him unromantic. Asuka arrives, and the conversation shifts towards human experiences. What would you do if the world was going to disappear tomorrow?
Logan, what would you do if the world was going to disappear tomorrow?
The same shit I do every day.
I hate you so much.
What, you want an answer? Like, go fucking
No,
go on a rampage?
No. I hate you because that's exactly what.
Yeah.
Let's
What the
see.
fuck am I gonna do?
Let's see how they feel.
Frederick replies, "Stop whatever's ending the world, or die trying." Arya then says, "You mean spend it with someone you love?" A year later, in 2015,
they're dating at
Frederick
that point, so that
celebrates
probably
the
hurt
creation
her.
of Asuka's stabilized gear cells, and the end of human illness. But Asuka's concerned about them being weaponized. They agree that they'd rather destroy the research than allow that to happen. Asuka tries to tell Frederick something about Arya, but the moment passes. Another year later, in 2016, Frederick discovers Arya's terminal illness. She does.
So think about that. Hey, Asuka tries to tell Sol something about Arya, but he can't because the moment passes. They also decide, hey, with the creation of gears, we can end human illness, but it'd be really bad if the government makes that a weapon. So let's just get rid of the research. Yeah, that's a good idea.
And then
Doesn't want him to drop everything and find a cure, nor put her in cryosleep. She just wants to not be alone and spend her time with Frederick.
She wants to spend her last days with the person she loves.
In Bedman's dream world, he analyzes the history of Sol Badguy and reports to his unknown client that he finds him fascinating. Shortly afterward, alone, he ambushes a gathering of Slayer, Milia Rage, and Venom, who have decided to report their intel on the Cradle to Illyria. Bedman's client notices that he's having fun fighting assassins and notes the similarity between him and his sister, Delilah. Bedman is displeased at the topic, but reiterates that his sister is the reason they must create an absolute world. Aboard Royal Fleet 1, Sol, Kai, and Sin hear the radio reporting a Babylon cover story crediting the Illyrian forces, keeping the existence of Elfelt a secret. Some of the public believe the catastrophe might have been caused by St. Elmo's fire, a naturally occurring giant lightning bolt that strikes once every 13 years. It's celebrated for once saving several members of the Holy Order during the Crusades, as it struck a group of gears, giving humanity the upper hand. To prevent it from causing massive casualties in a populated area, Illyria Castle itself was built to be a massive lightning rod to attract it.
We talk about how stupid that name is.
That's so dumb.
That is a stupid name. St. Elmo's Fire, which is actually a giant lightning bolt.
And also like a real event and also a song. And also like a restaurant, if I remember correctly.
That I don't know.
And a movie?
That I don't know
Like-
about.
To Kai, Soul, and Sin. Ramlethal escapes her interrogation room and threatens to destroy the ship itself, but Elphelt once again nullifies her abilities, as they are sisters with similar programming. Without any ability to fight back, all Ramlethal can do is talk. Sin, who quickly becomes friends with Elphelt, attempts to reach out to Ramlethal's emotional side as well, and gives her a mage hound, a magical puppy that keeps biting her.
Yeah.
Soul warns Sin that these Valentines aren't human, aren't to be trusted, and to expect betrayal. Sin doesn't care, and points out that Soul's just projecting his own insecurities. Meanwhile,
Yeah, good job.
So, yes, his world must be incredibly small. Also, that's a really important event for Ramlethal's character. Sin got her a puppy that keeps biting her. Specifically the part where it keeps biting her. That's actually very important to her character development.
Okay.
King Leo Whitefang debriefs US President Vernon on the captured Valentines. Not long afterwards, the cradle is detected reappearing over the Black Sea. A transmission comes in from Major Lyle of the Istanbul Battalion, en route to Babylon. They're near enough to have a visual on the target. King Leo commands him to approach cautiously and only provide intel, but Major Lyle defies the order and goes on full offensive.
Good.
The cradle activates again, and its energy sphere engulfs the area.
Good job.
Johnny contacts Foss for help with May's unknown ailment, which appears to only be affecting Japanese people. Faust looks at her patient record and realizes that Japanese colony residents have been receiving a placebo instead of correct treatment. May, in the meantime, distraught after Ramlethal called her a disease, decides to leave home to keep her friends safe, but Chip convinces her to return. As they reunite with the Jellyfish Pirates, Bedman appears, having defeated the assassins single-handedly.
What I really like about this is that in the arcade mode of Slayer, his whole entire thing is I need to train so I can get stronger so I can beat up Bedman.
Yeah.
Johnny and Chip are about to lose when Zato interferes, saving them. Bedman escapes.
Return, Bedman.
Eno brings Axel Low to the backyard, where he meets Asuka, and delivers a message from the original, as it can only be heard by the intended recipient.
Awesome.
So he delivered that message and couldn't hear what he said.
He literally went, "What the fuck did I just do?"
And I like how it was written in PlayStation code.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's indecipherable noise, but Asuka understands it, and thanks Axel by offering some sweets to go with his tea, with flavors that can only be experienced in the backyard.
I love how Axel's like, no, and then goes,
Fearful,
actually,
politely
kind of.
declines and asks to leave, wondering how the man behind Justice and the Crusades could be so polite. Bonding over their unusual parental situation.
So that's an interesting thing to say too. Hey, here's some sweets, bro. These flavors can only be experienced here. You want some? Yes? Axel, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah.
You can only experience this sensation here. Nah, I'm good. What?
Elle tells Sin that if he ever feels like calling Kai Dad someday, he should do it. She then explains that her mother is not a real person, but actually an implanted concept she's programmed to obey. Her abilities allow her to find people with the right code, like Soul or Sin, but when she ran away from her mission and used it, it somehow led her to Kai instead.
Ooh, that sounds kind of shippable, doesn't it?
The day
Sounds
Justice
like something
awakens.
went wrong.
At a relaunched
Or
project
it did.
facility, Asuka looks on during a test activation of Justice when something goes horribly wrong.
Here we go. This is what I was
An
talking about.
entity from within the backyard attempts to make contact. It was identical to the Dawn of Revival, except this time, the manifestation of a divine will now had a perfect vessel to birth itself into, no longer confined to electronics.
Oh.
Suddenly, the information density detected within Justice spikes to the equivalent of a galaxy cluster. Within seconds,
What?
using DNA data acquired from Justice, the being begins replicating additional bodies by the hundreds, simultaneously manifesting them into reality in her immediate surroundings, floating above Japan. Asuka realizes that at this rate of replication, within the hour, humanity will be lost. Calling out to Justice as Arya, he tells her that he's switching to manual override, charges her gamma ray to maximum output plus 40, and gives the command to fire. His lab tech says this will vaporize the entire country, and can't bring herself to do it. Asuka apologizes for asking her, and fires it himself.
Jesus. Oh.
So, do you understand what just happened? So, do you remember the original Dawn of Revival where Black Tech just went, nah, we not doing this anymore.
Yeah.
We not doing this no more. So that was the universal will trying to manifest itself as a physical entity, but couldn't do it, right?
Uh-huh.
That happened again as that man was trying to conduct experience on Justice, aka Arya. And then the universal will was like, oh, you just gonna give me a body? Bet. And so the only way to stop that was to destroy Japan.
So that's why Japan got nuked, and they're like, I saw that man with the flame. Oh, okay.
So,
okay.
Arya was Arya until that happened. Then her until she forcibly nuked Japan. And then her psyche got broken up, and that's why she's Justice now.
Oh my lord.
So, this was not intended by that man at all. All he wanted to do was to save Arya and keep Soul alive long enough so that when he saved Arya, they could be together. That's all he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you think about it, what is Justice? She's a gear.
Yeah.
What doesn't have? What can survive all human ailment?
A gear.
A gear body. What is Soul? A gear. All right. Well, if I make both of them gears, they can survive forever, can't they? Mm-hmm. But the universal will said, "Oh, you're funny, dude. Yeah, that's hilarious. This body's mine now." So the only way to stop that was to nuke Japan.
Christ.
Which systematically destroyed Japan
Japan
and Arya.
Mm-hmm.
Arya screams in confusion as a blinding light engulfs everything. Kai receives a secret data log from Leo. It's revealed that Major Lyle's battalion inexplicably survived the Cradle, and that their attacks were deflected by Absolute Defense Felion, an extremely specialized spell that repels everything physical and magical that can only be performed by the Sanctus Maximus or a Conclave member.
So basically, they activated the spell. This goes nah
until they're out of reach from Conclave surveillance. In the one place off the grid, Zep. Saul disagrees with Kai's methods, to which Kai then asks Saul bluntly if he's only after revenge, and if he sincerely doesn't care what happens to the rest of the world.
本当にあの男に復讐を果たすためだけに私たちと行動を共にしているのか。
Yes.
なんだ急に。
知りたいんだ。お前は本当に世界の運命に興味がないのか。
つまらないことを聞くな。
つまらなくなどない。確かにお前はあの男に改造を施され人間ではなくなったのかもしれない。だがそれで心や魂まで変化が起きてるわけではないはずだ。
はあ、だからなんだ。
お前を信じたいんだ。最後にはきっと人々の剣となって戦ってくれるのだと。
何を言い出すのかと思えば笑わせるな。
Soul says he exists to kill all gears and that man. Kai asks what makes his wife and child so different. Why not destroy them? Soul says the conversation's over, but Kai tells him that he can't run from the truth.
加減にしろ。叩きのめされてか。
やってみろ。
上等だ。
Soul threatens Kai. Kai tells him to try. He then asks him what comes next after revenge. Soul says he doesn't think that far ahead. Kai tells Soul that he knows nothing about his past or even his real name, but tomorrow always comes, and when it does, Soul has a home with his family.
気持ち悪いことを言うな。頭でも打ったのか。
さあな。ジャスティスの子であるディジーをめとったんだ。きっと私も普通ではないのさ。
Sin and Elle spend more time with Ramlethal in the interrogation room, and eventually get her to open up by introducing a hamburger from fast food Danny Missiles.
Johnny Rockets. So you might see this eventually.
Holy shit.
So you might see this eventually, but there's definitely fan art of Ramlethal just eating burgers.
Elle thanks Sin for
I
what he's doing,
don't doubt it.
but asks why he's attempting to befriend an enemy. Sin explains that he empathizes with the feeling of being thought of as a tool or a machine that has to suppress its emotions to not be abandoned. President Gabriel personally receives Kai and Soul.
Gabriel's
as they arrive
cool.
at Zep.
Look
He
at this
informs them
Waluigi
that
looking
an
dude.
unexpected guest,
He's
Zato
awesome. I love his nose.
arrived earlier and is currently waiting to speak to them. Zato explains that he's only alive due to the machinations of the Conclave, and thanks to that, he can shed light on their motives. They control the cradle, and inside the cradle is the body of the god of destruction, Justice. Evidently, since the Conclave aren't satisfied with already covertly controlling the world politically, their goal must be a world where they control all free thought as well. The resurrection of Justice, who has already demonstrated the power to globally mind control an entire species, might allow them to accomplish this. The resurrection experiment with Zato and Eddie taught them how to bind their own soul to her body and assume full control. The possibilities of this plan strike Soul, Kai, and Gabriel as dangerously plausible.
Huh? Right? Am I wrong? Huh?
They're like, nah, just put all our souls in that bitch's body. What?
So they learned reincarnation techniques. So they learned how to bind souls to bodies. And with Justice's body, they can systematically control every human being on the planet.
Correct.
And by binding their soul to Justice, they can control everything, effectively making everyone a hive mind under their rule. Huh?
Yeah.
But
That's
just
fucked.
then, they receive a report that Bedman has infiltrated Zep by his lonesome.
I love this. Gabriel's like, oh, you guys are guests here, man. Don't even worry about it. I got you.
I got this. Enjoy the hunt, Gabriel. For fucking, give me a playable character. Give me playable character.
If he wasn't playable in Exit, he's not playable now. I'm sorry.
No, I know he's not.
He's so cool.
But oh my lord.
貴様か、随分と派手に暴れてくれたが、損害請求は誰にすればいい？元老院か、それともバレンタインか。寝たままでは会話もままならないか。ならば
You two, rise and shine.
プレゼントしてやろう。
What the fuck? That's so cool! Why was he not playable?
名付けたアグニティ。
Give me Waluigi for Guilty Gear Strive. Oh.
Gabriel tracks down Bedman, who's startled by the strength of Gabriel's bare hands. He attempts to escape, but Gabriel physically stops him, slamming him to the ground.
Nah, none of that.
逃すわけがなかろう。
You
We
think
not
they let
doing
you
that.
escape,
For questioning,
motherfucker?
but ultimately to no avail.
歴史上これほど無意味な尋問は類があるまい。
Gabriel's so rad.
Kai contacts Leo from Zep
Yeah.
and updates him on the situation.
Oh no,
and
it'd be
asks
so
for authority
rude if I
to
had you go
release a
deal with
special
this.
person
This.
to help fight the Cradle.
Let
No,
me handle it.
I got you.
Meow. What are you gonna do? Enjoy the hunt. That is the best fucking line.
Okay, so
Doggo.
this is important. Bedman
Okay.
found out that they had a Ramlethal in custody, and Ramlethal is experiencing emotion.
Mm-hmm.
So Bedman goes, "What? She's experiencing emotion? Hold on, wait a minute."
Bedman visits Ramlethal in a dream, explaining that things have not gone according to plan, but he still succeeded in reaching her. He explains that she failed her mission and did not self-destruct.
Oh, I'm
so
a little
it's
bit
Mother's
early.
will that she be erased to stop any further info. from
Okay, I'm a little bit early. So, Bedman got told by Mother, "Hey, she didn't do what she was supposed to do, destroy her." He was like, "All right, bet." And then Ramlethal goes, "But I'm experiencing emotion, and I'm sad to go." And he goes, "Huh?
What the fuck?
Wait,
What the fuck?
wait, she didn't say that you experience it. I can't kill you. You're not supposed to experience it. I'll be back."
being compromised.
Worth
Ram
approximately
explains that it's
jack
because
shit.
Her and El's powers cancel each other out, but she accepts Mother's decision. She asks if she can take her dog with her as a last request.
あの犬も一緒に連れて行けない？
You
Bedman is
floppy
startled by this
sounds.
blatant display of emotions and becomes immediately upset with his client upon realization that Ramlethal showed signs of a personality.
なんてことだ。こんな少女を僕に殺せというのか。
Suddenly, he hears Sin entering the room and hides. Bedman watches as Sin has a heart-to-heart with Ram to help her understand the new feelings she's experiencing.
綺麗だって思わねえか？
わからない。
それはラムが表現できる言葉を知らないだけだ。この気持ち、この景色も何か難しい言葉とか理屈で説明されたくないんだ。違うよ。ラムは道具なんかじゃない。
違う？
てめえ、いつの間に？
You, huh?
So he killed Ram's dog.
Oh.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
No, why did he kill Ram's dog? You may be wondering.
Bedman interrupts and drags them both into his dream world. He then decides to teach her the meaning of the word replacement.
犬はすまなかったね。でもこれが
Huh.
一番手っ取り早く
What the
わかり
fuck?
やすいと思ったんだ。君にはどうやら感情がある。だから代わりという意味を知るべきだ。
Apologetically, he kills her magehound puppy, then creates a new identical one with a summoning spell. When the dog doesn't bite her, she realizes something's wrong.
違う。
This ain't the same dog, you bitch.
これじゃない。どうして同じ犬なのに何が違うの？
そうだ。これが代わりということだ。でも君は前の犬が好きだったんだよね。
みんながそれぞれ違うの。私も
Am I unique?
私も違うの。
ラム。
Bedman goes off on his client, forgiving Valentine's emotions, asking her what the hell she was thinking, then tells her that she can finish the show on her own. She apologizes, admitting fault, and reassures him that he's necessary to complete the absolute world. Bedman accepts her apology.
Jesus.
So for Ram's character development, she was thinking her whole entire life, I'm just a tool. I'm just a tool. But you can't.
I'm replaceable.
You can't just be a tool. You can't just be a tool if you feel that way, my friend. Nothing. No 1, 2 things are the same. You are actually a snowflake.
Mm-hmm.
In the Illyrian War,
what I told you this about Altina, but my favorite character development in shows for characters is you have to be a person now. Figure out who you are.
Yeah.
room, Leo introduces President Vernon to Kai's requested help, Dr. Paradigm. Immediately, Paradigm begins a complete analysis of the Cradle events so far. He concludes that first, the Cradle is not only carrying the body of justice, there are other life signs as well. Furthermore, the attack on Babylon was not an attack, but actually a means of transportation. Lastly, the remains of the victims of Babylon left behind gray dust, which is exactly what happens when normal life enters the backyard.
Oh.
But Lyle's unit survived their encounter, due in part to being one of the forces that fought alongside Kai during Baptisma 13. They all received special blessings and protection against magic tuning from the backyard. He concludes that the Cradle is hiding in the backyard, but must reappear in our reality once every 26 hours to come up for air, and that presents the perfect chance to turn the tables. Vernon is thoroughly impressed and remarks that he may have been too quick to judge Kai when he spoke of coexistence with Gears. Dr. Paradigm also casually reveals that the Opus units deployed worldwide are mostly Gears, which appropriately panics Vernon and Leo.
次のゆりかごの行き過ぎのタイミングとその出現範囲をある程度絞り込んである。ゆりかごの再出現ポイントを取り囲むように各国の精鋭兵力で包囲網を敷く。出現と同時に包囲網を狭め、一斉に全火力を注ぎ込んで集中砲火を浴びせるのだ。ゆりかごごと中身のジャスティスを粉砕するぞ。
Together with a joint coalition of forces from various nations and Soul Bad Guy, they plan to intercept the next appearance of the Cradle, projected to be above the northern Black Sea. With 420 tracking beacons, hundreds of international
watch this. Watch my dude.
Weapon, and a half magic.
Well, it's not coming up yet, but watch my dude. Watch my dude Faust.
Missile named Vagilanda.
Vagilanda?
Yeah.
Vagiland.
The island of Lesbos.
Love it.
Yeet.
With Soul Bad Guy,
my man Bandit bringered a missile to write it.
Suddenly,
someone is destroying the beacons.
No time as he begins destroying tons
Watch
of
my man Faust.
area. Leo attempts to stop him and falls short, but Johnny joins him, and together they're able to stall Bedman.
Mr. Feiner.
Mr. Feiner.
Faust, with help from the May ship, manages to use his teleporting door to get a backup beacon placed just before the Cradle appears.
I love it. Plant that bitch. Plant that bitch. There you go. and then through the door. Oh!
allowing the air fleet to
Look
immediately
at my man
surround it on all
Faust.
sides.
That's so fucking radical.
Before Cronus can get his bearings,
I also want to point out, because this has nothing to do with what's about to happen, Faust's teleportation techniques is something exclusive to Faust. No one else knows how that shit works.
Fuck yeah.
Paradigm's secret weapon, that man, appears before the cradle.
久しいねクロノスこんな形で再会するなんて残念やめえかなぜここに防衛砲撃撃ち落とせ
Simon says, shoot him down like a... Oh, wait, we're missing. Why are we missing?
What? Fuck?
ゆりかごには光線を目的とした装備はないこの程度の攻撃で彼を倒すことはできんだがそれは貴様も同じだ
Even the Gearmaker can't penetrate. Huh?
そうだね確かに
Even I can't dispel the absolute defense. I do, however, think we can destroy it.
しかし破壊する
I can't dispel it, but it's gonna go down.
僕彼
And him.
I like how he just flung himself and then started flying.
That could have been a little more graceful. It looked like he was fucking fighting for his
Yeet.
goddamn life.
He yeeted himself off the cradle.
集中して
After a quick greeting,
Frederick,
that man
kindly
tells
shut the
Cronus
fuck
to
up.
not waste any time attacking, and explains that while Absolute Defense Felion can't be dispelled, it can be destroyed with the force of a spontaneous microverse.
So they got rid of the absolute defense Felion by putting it inside of a micro dimension.
That's awesome.
それを僕が質量に変換しシュバルツシルト半径の限定空間にそして
Holy shit. Hey, Soul, punch this thing really fucking hard. Well, then we'll be fine.
あとはこの世界の
Basically, yeah.
せき止めるフォローをするだけ簡単な話だ
We just need to take measures to the world.
nothing.
I love how that man's like, I'm doing all this shit, and I just have to, you know, stop the world from dying.
Vaporizing everything until the only thing left when the smoke clears.
Shoot it, 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 shoot it. Bang, 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 bang.
I mean, Leo literally said, all I want is a smoking crater.
やはり貴様が最悪の敵だしかし
Which means we win!
我々の勝ちだ
Is the corpse of Justice, full-sized and stripped of her outfit.
There you go. That's how big Justice is.
Oh.
Justice is a
The
kaiju.
Oh.
room itself is physically located inside her body, and from there, Cronus begins to directly shift her into the backyard. That man moves to stop the escape, but Bedman suddenly jumps between them and teleports that man away.
Oh.
Soul is still recovering from his last attack, but stands to chase after Justice. Alpha flies and pulls him away before he can, explaining that even if he won, it would be a suicide mission to leave him trapped in the backyard.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Even Soul's like, shit, that's fair.
Back in the war room, everyone meets to debrief. Dr. Paradigm considers the operation a failure, and Vernon confirms that Justice looked just the same as she did when he saw her last during the Crusades. Al teaches Ram that it's okay to like yourself.
That's not what that is. Someone misinformed you.
Yeah, you don't have the good definition there. Everybody's a little
Soul and
narcissistic.
Kai discuss the effect these
I
recent
believe,
attacks
I
will have.
firmly believe that if you want to be a content creator, you have to be somewhat narcissistic.
I think in order to be an artist in general, you have to be.
Well, that's what I meant by content creation, not necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, like any sort of artist, I think you have to be a little
they'd
bit.
be somewhat narcissistic.
Here's how I feel about artists in general with that. You have to be narcissistic enough to go, my shit is the greatest in the world. But also, if one thing's wrong with it, you have to have that mental thing of, I am the worst person in the fucking world. You are either the best. You are either the best or the dust under the worst guy's foot.
And even if you are the best, you can always be better.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
Kai laments that humanity is still healing scars from the Crusades, and that with magic they were working towards an overall improvement of the human condition. Soul says, yeah, things are stable and people have nice lives, but that comes at the cost of their freedom of choice. Kai asks if he then advocates for anarchy and chaos. Soul says no, but eventually people go from appreciating what you give them to expecting it, and then they get scared of losing it. Is that how we should live? Kai replies that not all people have the strength to stand on their own.
だが今のお前もまたただ何かを恐れているだけに見える。何？真を気遣うお前を見てそれが分かったよ。誰も巻き込みたくない。違うか。
キアの血が衝動をかきたてる。何もかも破壊しろと本能が指図してくる。
You are the gear.
あの男を見つけ出し、すべてを聞き出すをほかげ。もしそこにも答えがなければ、その先にまっとうな生き方なんぞ。
I want to see Ino's alternate reality, where Soul is the one destroying everything. That's what I want to see.
That would be cool, actually.
I want to see that reality.
Eventually, with Ramlethal's help, the group discerns based on the date that the Conclave plans to harness St. Elmo's fire, the massive lightning bolt at Illyria Castle, to channel enough energy into Justice to bind Cronus' soul to her vessel. Leo calls for a full evacuation of the city surrounding the castle, leaving only the Opus units behind. Paradigm proposes a plan. Amplify the energy from St. Elmo's fire and overload Justice and the Conclave. Coincidentally, Dizzy, free from the Thunder Seal, reunites with Sin and Kai for the first time in 2 years.
So this is why Netsu he doesn't have the Thunder Seal, because Dizzy was the Thunder Seal.
Yeah, that makes sense. Damn, Dizzy. Your hair's gotten long.
It's called stress. So he's like 5.
Yeah. And she's like, how old, not including the time spent locked in a not prison?
Like 3 or 4.
Yeah, like, huh? Technically, he's older than her.
Yeah.
Like,
母さん、今この時は甘えてくれ。父さんに。
As the time draws
like,
near,
what the fuck?
Cronus,
What?
Axis,
Huh?
and Libraria share a final moment to reaffirm their resolve. Knowing they won't meet again, they vow to reunite in the next life and share some tea with Baldius.
I sound confident.
Commencing the operation, Justice appears above the west tower of Illyria Castle and connects energy tendrils to the lightning rod. Cronus preemptively begins the soul-binding process, allowing him to command the gear cell-based Opus units to attack the castle. Kai and Leo reminisce about the old days on the battlefield and intercept the Opus army on the ground level, with reinforcements from Sin and Elfelt, wielding her Cypress Project magic weapons.
Elfelt, you're cool. I liked you. I liked you a lot.
She's very cool.
You are gun waifu.
Eventually, they
Gun
get split
waifu
up,
is cool.
and while Kai
Which
is
means I must love gun waifu because I am Carbon Gunman.
Shot through the heart. Keep going.
Yeah.
視界外から撃たれるとは予想できなかったようだな。
あなたは
君を殺すのは少々心苦しい。
This is cool. Good sign.
しかし、間もなく我々の新たな世界が始まる。君のような人物はどんな脅威になるかわからない。悪いが、人類の未来のため、ここで退場してもらう。
Axis executes Kai point blank with a fifth shot, holding a black tech revolver. But as he turns to walk away,
そうでは
Alright, I'm back.
ない
Yeah, just tie the hair.
バカな。そんなはずはない。君は確かに
Not only did I shoot you, I shot you with a regular gun.
たのだ。
Huh?
5 times.
私が有用な青臭い理想論
Why is he alive?
実現できるなどと信じていない
Why is he alive, Logan?
私に託された期待
Why is he alive?
は正しい政治ではない
Fucking magic.
I mean, yes, but
たとえどんな暴力が現れよう
I have sworn never to get in. Fighting spirit.
no.
No.
I mean, yes, but no.
信じてくれているんだ
Oh,
one of
Dragon
his eyes
Install.
glows crimson red. Axis, confused by Kai's new gear-like power, staggers backwards as Kai destroys him in a single blow.
王としての私の務めはどんな悪にも決して膝を屈しないことだ
Head motherfucker alert. I wanted him to just fucking explode.
レオ今行くぞ
As St. Elmo's fire strikes the tower, Justice comes alive.
So, it's not really well explained. But the reason why Soul or Kai has the Dragon Install is because he has the blood of Juno. Now you're asking already, who is Juno? Who's Juno? Juno is Arya. Or Juno is Juno is actually Jacko, but Jacko is half of Arya.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it. Understand. Okay.
I don't know how. It's not real explained how that happened to begin with, but that's what happened.
When you said it, I was like, the fuck are you talking about? I was like, huh?
From his nerve center, Cronus proclaims victory.
ついに我々の勝利だ。見ているか、慈悲なき刑事よ。見ているか、ギアメーカーよ。貴様たちの要求はこれで満たされる。我々の手によってな。そして貴様らが何を考えよう。
That's
我
cool.
々はもはや何者にも屈しない力を手に入れる。
Dizzy charges and fires a gamma ray into the already charged electric conductor, causing a massive energy overload.
You're an electrician. What happens when too much power goes through a circuit?
Explode. Shit explodes / catching fire. Like, or the breaker trips. And nothing happens.
Yes, but usually, for our purposes, it explodes.
Fire, explosion, shit arcs and then causes no death beams. Overloaded.
As justice begins to malfunction, Libraria returns to Kronos, saying that this loss is retribution they deserve. Kronos tells her to go find the Gearmaker, as only he can preserve the future of humanity now. Libraria refuses, saying that that should be Kronos' duty, and that she wishes they talked more. She then casts a spell, teleporting him away.
So Cronus is still alive, Libraria is very much dead.
Oh yeah, that sounds about right.
Falcon Punch!
And that's what Fafnir is,
While
except he
Justice is
runs into it.
weakened, Sol attacks from atop the tower, landing a critical strike that detonates her core.
Landed a crit.
She
What is
doubles
this,
over,
fucking Trails?
collapsing
Yes.
the castle tower as she falls.
Epic.
Hours later, the sun rises as everyone recovers from the rubble. They all appear to be alright, though Dizzy has passed out from exhaustion.
Oh yeah, she fired a nuke.
Suddenly, as Sin finds El, she attacks him.
ジャスティスの覚醒によって私のミッションは達成されました。
Huh?
やっぱりこういうことかよ。
With a cold, emotionless demeanor, Elfelt says that her job was to monitor Sol to make sure he didn't destroy Justice and to ensure that he didn't wake up. Her true mission was even concealed from her own self until now. Sin is in disbelief, but Sol sees this as just another betrayal. He says that all the Valentines had emotions, even if they claimed not to, and that there's clearly a boundary separating the current Elfelt from the one they know. He demands that she bring her back.
Oh, sick.
Hey, you know who has that?
主としての命令に逆らうことができない。
Eno has that.
バレンタイン、
Oh.
損ないの人形どもを殲滅します。
Now, I'm going to explain something to you that is not explained in this. The universal will. Wooly didn't explain what the universal will
It's
is.
a thing, but yeah.
So, I believe the original. You can probably don't quote me on that, but I think the original created the universal will and was like, "Hey, I want you to observe humanity and protect them," right?
Mm-hmm.
But the universal will over time observed humans and was like, "But y'all dumb."
Yeah.
But y'all hurt each other.
dumb.
The universal will is basically Ultron at this point. It goes, "But y'all dumb."
Mm-hmm.
So the universal will eventually comes to the conclusion that if I need to protect humanity, these can't be humans. They're stupid. So I need to create humanity because these are imposters. So the whole entire universal will's purpose is omnicide, so it has room to create actual humans.
Mm-hmm.
Because humans are dumb.
Jesus.
Now the universe, this probably wasn't clear as well, so I'm going to explain it. The universal will's avatar, its embodiment is Mother.
Mm.
There you go.
All right, Soul,
Elfelt
kill her.
goes into attack mode, casting her Rain of Judgment. But
Holy
Soul
shit.
closes the distance, destroying her summoned attack apparatus. From Bedman's dream, he and his client observe the situation with satisfaction and initiate a sequence that teleports the corpse of Justice away.
He's gone.
Sol approaches Elfelt, but is stopped by her barrier. Absolute defense failure. Nonetheless, Sol keeps punching at the barrier, demanding that the inner El prove her words that people shouldn't be alone.
Damn.
Words that echo those of Arya. For a moment, his words get through, and the old Elfelton emerges, apologizing that she can't fight Mother's will. In her brief moment of clarity, she apologizes and begins a self-destruct sequence.
Damn.
But just as she does, it's stopped by Ramlethal.
これは大事なもの。今なら私の方がそれを知っている。母さんは間違ってる。あなたも私も道具なんかじゃない。深夜私にとって違うなんだ。だから必ず助ける。
This triumphant fucking music.
As Elfelt vanishes, Sol immediately starts walking away.
This is the end of Exert's Sign.
Mm-hmm.
We still have Revelator.
Yeah, Rev and Rev 2.
Rev 2 is just a remake of Rev.
Yeah, but not at all. Different game entirely, dude, don't you know?
Alone. As he takes a step, Faust appears behind him, asking where he plans to go now. There are many questions to be answered, in particular, what he planned to do with the Japanese colonies. Cronus tells Faust that he can carry about whatever revenge he wishes, and that he has no idea what colony situation is being referred to.
Damn, Faust.
Now, he said they were given the appropriate medical treatment to the Japanese. But Faust earlier found out they were given nothing but placebos. So what is going on?
If the Conclave was not orchestrating the mysterious events in the Japanese colonies, then those orders must have come from someone with even more authority. But who could possibly have more influence than the leader of the Conclave?
This bitch. Oh, fuck. What a bitch. Shit, how long is this one?
Heaven or hell. Get ready to rock.
Guilty Gear Exard, Revelator, Prologue, Assassins. Slayer suffered an embarrassing defeat to Bedman in the series of incidents prior. Right now, he somehow found joy in the events that transpired. Invigorated by the prospect that he could be bested in combat by a human, Slayer prepares for a rematch by training with Zato 1 and Milia Rage. Zato, who saw through Bedman's tricks, offered Slayer the strategy, but he refused to have his fun spoiled. Despite giving it their all, Slayer does not hold back. Remotivated, he remarks that he intended to save his power for the day he faced Sol, but his blood is now boiling.
Who does that sound like? Who does that sound like, Logan?
I mean, what?
It sounds like me.
Okay, I was like, what are you referring to? Like, that's what I was like, what?
Sounds like me.
An incomplete resurrection. Zato's heart has forgotten all of its emotion, but he has vowed to become stronger that he may protect the one entity that is capable of stirring his emotion, Milia. Before sparring, Zato presents Slayer with a question. Long ago, determination gave him power in battle, but since his return, he no longer feels anything. Win or lose, que sera sera. Yet, this emptiness allows
Whatever
him to
will
use
be, will be.
100% of his current strength. Which was stronger? He then has a battle epiphany, realizing 100% was not enough to defeat Slayer. By becoming single-minded on protecting Milia, his body moved faster than he thought possible. Slayer is inspired.
So that's a great thought right there, right?
And Zato's revival, amidst this whirlwind of drama surrounding her, Milia Rage's heart did not know how to cope. Zato confesses to Milia. He wants her to live a normal life, but to her, life outside the guild never felt normal. She wants to become strong enough to not need his protection. Slayer is brutally honest about her weakness in training, but could sense her desire to not be left behind. The only home she knows is the Assassin's Guild, so for the sake of others like her, she sets her goals on becoming its next leader. World catastrophe, Zato's sudden revival. In the rapid unfolding of surrounding events, Zato worries for his organization's future. Venom stands ever by his side. They contemplate that Bedman effectively defeated the entire organization. As leader of the guild, he shows them his resolve to reform the guild as a public and legit organization. Prologue: Illyria, Zep, and Eastern Chip Kingdom. Although
I can't
the
get
initial
over that. It's
crisis was
Eastern Chip
averted,
Kingdom.
the mysteries surrounding the
I'm
incidents have not
founding
been
the Eastern
unraveled.
Chip Kingdom, and I'm
Constantly running
president.
from subsequent
You're president
disasters,
of the
a
kingdom?
dark
Yes.
shadow
Yes, I
is
am.
cast over Potemkin's very being.
It kills
Gabriel
me.
gives Potemkin a new assignment.
Hey, you know what Chip's Arcade is?
Mm,
Hey, I beat you up. Vote for me for president. Bye.
fucking hate you. That's so
it.
dumb.
That's what it is. Vote for me for president. Well, I'm not even a part of the Chip Kingdom. What are you talking about?
Investigate the former Conclave's hideout and rendezvous with Kai. Sensing Potemkin's broken spirit from his recent losses to Bedman and Ramlethal, he reminds him that a warrior who loses a match is second-rate, but one who loses to himself is third. But a first-rate soldier has experienced both. Potemkin faces his true self and finds his confidence. He meets Kai at the Conclave Opera House. Mankind has once again narrowly escaped extinction by the hands of another Valentine, but the incident was far from over. The first king, Kai Kisk, begins his investigation in hopes of uncovering the truth. Kai searches the Opera House for evidence of the Opus connection to Gears.
Jesus.
Potemkin arrives, calling Kai foolhardy for coming alone and sharing intel with a rival nation. After a duel, Potemkin questions his ability to be a wall of defense for Zep. This time, Kai laughs at Potemkin as he explains that he too feels powerless before the unknown threat, but the only way forward is to unite and offer the world hope. Just as they find evidence, Chip Zanuff interrupts. The Conclave plans got thwarted by Solon Gang. However, Chip ponders on the turn of events as the world recovers.
Vote
Chip
for me for
distrusts the
president.
government PR surrounding the Cradle incident. Ignoring Answer's pleas for him to act more diplomatically, he interrupts Kai and Potemkin at the Opera House with his own intel. He's uncovered that the new threat is being called the Universal Will. Chip has a hunch that this isn't a mysterious force, but something that acts out of deliberate hatred for humanity. He considers the Sanctus Maximus, but Kai is insulted at the prospect. He backs off, leaving Kai with a kunai and advice.
Let's put that out there, right? With the information that Chip got, Chip was like, the Universal Will is acting through a being called Mother. Could Mother be Sanctus Maximus? Kai's like, no, what? No, get out of here. No. And he's like, I mean, all right, if you say so.
I mean, yeah, if you say so, you're right. Also, here's the note.
Hey, when I'm right, call me.
Yeah, really.
いや、世界を代表する王様だ。常に冷静さは失うな。そして、何かがあった時の覚悟を持っておけよ。
Chip is so
だから
cool.
もし
Yeah.
お前が疑わしき人間と出会ったら、こう聞いてみろ。人間が好きかってな。
What a dumb question, but also super accurate.
With Soul's help, Kai managed to undermine the Conclave's plot for world domination. However, that was merely the opening act of an even bigger conspiracy. Kai knew that a greater battle awaited him. Though he tried to hide it, Dizzy could clearly see the fear in his eyes. Kai inspects the old Thunder Seal sword, surprised to learn that it regenerates over time, now that Dizzy is free. Sensing sadness in Kai, Dizzy reminds him of the day that they met in the grove, when she asked him if being prepared to protect someone means being prepared to hurt another. He replied that the value of power gained from hurting others must continuously be questioned, lest you stop even recognizing your own actions.
Fair.
Dizzy wishes she had a heart as strong, to which Kai replies that all she needs is a chair in her heart where one can sit for a conversation. I wanted to show you that some humans are able to handle your power. Back in the present, Dizzy says that her power has meaning now and shows Kai with a fight. Holding his hand, she tells him she has a chair in her heart now so that he can always come home. Prologue.
Cute.
Jacko's
Can I have more than a chair, please?
With her life, she was given a destiny. She was more than well aware of this, as Jacko Valentine woke up in a dark, gloomy room. Nonetheless, the sudden turn of events has left her existence incomplete. Ino wakes Jacko earlier than planned. She says her memories and personality data are still fragmented and unstable, as over half of her soul has not been downloaded. Due to her incomplete state, her personality hard switches back and forth between childlike to mature. Defying Ino's instructions to stay put, Jacko boosts away to assess herself and this era. Landing in Heaven's Edge, she marvels at the tomb dedicated to all possible futures. She wonders if it relates to her being the scales of Juno. She lost her restaurant. Her piggy bank was light.
Yeah. Yeah. So, remember Jam?
Mm-hmm.
She's here.
And the man upon whom she'd set her sights was out of reach. Jam was frustrated. Looking for a change of scenery, she happens to cross paths with Jacko, seeking the same. The two quickly strike up a friendship. Jacko feels she has nothing to want or to lose, and feels unsettled. Jam can tell that Jacko is half human because she only has half the key that a person should. She recounts her restaurant burning down for the third time. Jacko is shocked that Jam can start from nothing so many times. Jam answers by sweeping Jacko. As she gets up, confused, Jam asks, "Did you need a reason to stand up again?" When they part ways, Jam tells Jacko to save the world by just living her normal life. Always
save world.
Herself.
I like that. Did you need a reason to stand back up?
Now I'm back to the dish girl.
Elsewhere, Soul, Sin,
I
and
love Jam.
Ramlethal are operating
here.
around the clock to get Elfelt back from her kidnappers, but time continues to pass without any solid leads. Just then, the most unexpected guest shows up. Once again, Raven appears before Soul, but this time he asks for help. Justice is still in the enemy's hands.
Oh, I found the 50 mirror.
I hate you.
It's in Raven's eye. I found it.
I hate you.
There's the interest.
And her revival must be stopped. Soul is naturally distrusting, but Raven swears to Soul.
Well, that won't work. He's kind of immortal. Right.
We're heading the fuck out.
At Heaven's Edge, the group encounters Ino, who has abandoned tracking down Jacko, telling Soul that she's now more interested in his seed. She attacks him, but after he fends her off, she escapes. Soul demands answers, to which Raven replies he's not sure how much he's at liberty to say, but explains that the universal will is aiming to create a new humanity to replace the current one. Valentines are engineered souls, designed to merge with the vessel of justice. The merging of Elfelt with justice will create this new humanity, but that man is working to keep this from happening by using Jack-O, a Valentine of his creation, to fuse with justice and act as a lid preventing the universal will from seizing control.
So that's important too. We didn't mention this, but Jack-O's last name is Valentine as well. And basically, that man's plan is to take the body of justice and to fuse Jack-O with justice, so that way Elfelt or Ramafelt can't fuse with justice in order to destroy everything.
The group finds Jack-O, and suddenly Soul's head begins to hurt, just as it did against the first Valentine. Raven commands them to apprehend her, but not destroy her, which confuses Ram. Destroy should only apply to objects, not human beings. Raven says that she's a doll, just like you, but then corrects himself, saying to detain her with minimal damage. Jack-O vaguely recalls Soul as a different name, but she can't remember. She feels as if she had something important to tell him.
Oh?
Under the mask, her face also looks like Arya.
Soul's just getting fucking tortured.
Honestly. Look at his face.
He's just like, God fucking damn it. I'm almost like half Arya. Fucking Fafnir. Just fucking Fafnir her right now.
それは正しくないわ。正確にはフラグメント化されたアリアの記憶データを統合し、ジャスティス個体としての情報セクターを上書きする素体復元ユニット。
So Jack-O is a patched version of Justice. That's what she is. Oops, I accidentally broke Justice, destroying Japan. Jack-O patch. The Jack-O patch came through.
Jack-O patch came through, fix it.
でもごめんなさい。せっかくの再会だけど、今はまだ半分。だから、あなたのことはあまり思い出せないの。それでも心が激しく揺れるのを感じる。きっと昔の私は相当あなたを。
Sorry, this doesn't really mean much to me, but she misses this. She liked it.
そんなはずはね。それが本当だとしたら、お前はアリアはジャスティスの素体だったってことか。そんなバカな話があるか。
あなたの心も感じるわ。とても激しい背徳の炎と戦ってるの。
You fighting with the
Raven
flame,
telling Soul that he will soon have a heavy role to play once the Gearmaker is
so
free.
They talk about it like two
Flame
separate
of
things.
Corruption is not a nickname.
Yeah,
it's the power Soul's been implanted with. Sin remarks that Raven is lucky to have such a long lifespan, to which Raven explains that it's like being forced to eat your favorite food for eternity. Days begin to lose their meaning when life goes on too long.
Yeah.
そうだ。それと同じなのだ。長く生きすぎると人生もまたその甘美な味を失う。
そんな。じゃああんたたちは生きてるのが辛いってのかよ。
それを否定したくて皆必死に人間のふりをしている。いずれあのお方が答えを出してくれると信じてな。
なんだよそれ。どんだけネガティブな運命なんだよ。
Fate kind
No
of
matter how many
sucks.
times Ino repeats history, the future always converges on a single point. Nonetheless, the closed worlds were slowly beginning to show signs of change. Perhaps the tomorrow she sought lies beyond. Chasing after Jack-O, Ino arrives at Heaven's Edge, but runs into Axel Low instead.
So it's like,
I have
God
to
damn
return
it,
to
what
my
the
timeline.
fuck?
Axel was motivated by that thought and that thought alone. His only lead, his glimmer of hope to make this true, was Ino's power. He once again asks, please, send him back to his timeline, or if she can't do it, just say so. Ino comes clean. She can't send him back specifically, because the past he wants to return to has no recollection of the present future. Jacko then returns.
I don't know what
Somehow,
that means.
Knowing Axel's name, she says that Ino doesn't have all the answers, and that man's pretty mean, so he probably didn't tell her. Suddenly, Jacko forces a vision of the truth into Ino's head, showing her entire being, a mosaic made up of moments and people.
Whoa.
So this is important for Strahd.
You're still capable of having strong emotions? That's insane. Sugoi. Magical foci.
人々が明日を求める願いの力はかつてないほどに強く、結果として一つの薪を作る。
I'll explain this in a second if you don't get it.
その強い念が宿った物体は
Okay, yeah.
すなわち神羅万象のこだわりが一つの生物になった。バックヤードはこれを世界を崩壊させるエラーと認識した。だから人の体にその意識を封じ込め、あらゆるイレギュラーな権限を与えることでその危機に対処したの。それがイノ。あなたよ。
Ino doesn't believe it for a second.
Do you understand what she just said?
Say it again for me, Kimosabi.
So, during the Crusades, when everyone's fighting the Gears, right?
Yep.
Every human on the planet was thinking...
Had such a strong desire.
Had a very strong desire for someone to save them and for someone to destroy justice. That all of that information, that desire information, got compiled and placed in the backyard. The backyard went, that's not supposed to be here, and then put it back in our universe. And putting it back in the universe became Ino. Ino is literally the embodiment of, I want to save humanity, but I want to do it evilly. So if you ever see, so if you've ever seen Ino beforehand, she's literally trying to save humanity, but she's doing it in the most asshole-ish way possible.
Yeah.
So because everyone wants to destroy justice, she has that asshole in her, but she also wants to be the hero. And obviously, she's being told that her construct is literally just a bunch of people wishing her into existence. She's like, no, no, I'm more than that. But Jacko's like, but you're not, though.
But you're not,
Jacko
though.
tells her that this is the reason she's obsessed with tomorrow.
つまり存在自体がイレギュラーってことかよ。あの男は私の力が欲しかったわけじゃない。ただ目の届くところに置いときたかっただけ。
彼は意地悪だけど、人を駒のようには使わないわ。あなたもレイブンも救おうとしているのよ。
まあいいさ。
Whoa.
どうやらあんたたちそっち側の話よりも面白いことになりそうだ。私は世界の一部。世界は私の一部。
Jesus, yeah, do a more psychopathic fucking smile, please.
I mean,
Jacko calls Ino and Axel both necessities to the world as well as horrible mistakes. Axel is a possibility spun out of a broken future that doesn't belong in this world. In terms of backyard code, all beings are assigned individual physical IDs. Ino's individual ID, which was created outside the understandings of this world, and Axel's ID somehow overlapped through a freak miracle. All of the irregular laws that were applied to her also applied to him. Like a shogi piece that wandered onto a chessboard, he is considered a threat by the universal will, because if he chooses to jump to a different world, the one being left behind will be destroyed in a flash. Jacko,
Holy
the
shit.
artificial
so the reason why Axel can't just go back to his own time is because whoever he replaced would just die.
Yeah. Holy shit.
And so he explained it there, but Ino's existence and Axel's existence just happen to cross over with one another, and they're the same technical type of being.
Jesus Christ.
Lifeform, created to stop Justice Revival, had escaped. After Raven retrieves her, he begins searching for another ally lost along the way. Frustrated at dealing with the switching personalities of Jacko, Raven is concerned about her revealing the truth to Ino prematurely. She's supposed to be a contingency plan if Soul fails. Jacko says that there's a method to her madness. As she awoke early and ahead of schedule, she told Ino ahead of schedule. But her early awakening means that the other Jacko, Happy Chaos, is not yet awake. Raven leaves to find Ino, remarking that telling her the truth might have been the right decision. But sometimes right isn't good enough. As he leaves, a voice from somewhere in the sanctuary speaks to itself.
Gee, I wonder who that is.
Happy Chaos か。それはいい。せっかくだからその名前使わせてもらう。
Raven tries to convince Ino to return, but she refuses. Ino explains that something about that man has changed, and while she was once invested in him, now he's gone to the other side. She felt like she lost her favorite toy. He admits that Jacko was inconsiderate, but she should still consider that man's kindness.
だからさ、いいんだよ、施しは。うんざりなんだよ。
I don't need it.
この体にはもう何も残っちゃいない。せいぜいがあたり構わず殺気を振りまくくらいのことしかできない。それなのに、まだ力が手に入る。やれることが増えていくほどに、やりたいことがなくなっていく。足りないものが手に入るほど、欲しいものがなくなっていく。
いいの。私が。その苦しみを知らないとでも言う。
Man, I like Raven more.
気づいてないの？あんた今そっち側の顔だよ。
Raven asks if this is where they part ways. Ino smirks and says it's not like they were friends in the first place. But he might see her around from time to time. Prologue, Colony.
I forgot that was the
colony is being managed by someone with more influence than the Conclave. Once Faust discovered this, he took action to see for himself if the odd phenomena can really happen with the Japanese people, as he predicted. To get to the bottom of things, Faust brings Cronus to the Japanese colony to verify that he sent no orders there, and to meet with Johnny's friend, Master Tuner Kum Hye-hyun.
Oh yeah.
Cronus reveals that while it looked like Soul stopped the merge with Justice, the truth is that Justice rejected him first. He wonders if the Universal Will knew that the Conclave would fail, and sent orders to the colony as part of a larger plan. It would be behaving in a deceptive human-like manner, as opposed to a straightforward entity or force. Meanwhile, a few days have gone by since the incident that brought the world to its knees. The second king, Leo Whitefang, finds himself buried in piles of paperwork. After receiving a tip from President Vernon and a report from an outpost,
this is the only one of these I've actually played.
Strange occurrences in the Japanese colony. Faust and Cronus arrive and run right into Leo, who can't believe his eyes, but they quickly escape. Johnny, May, and the Jellyfish Pirates head towards the Japanese colony in hopes of finding a cure for May's worsening condition. At the same time, there are bizarre occurrences witnessed in the colonies. He explains to May that a tuner is to human beings what a guitar or piano tuner is to their instrument. The flow of ki within a person can be tuned to unlock full potential, or with neglect cause illness. With incredibly poor timing, Johnny and May run into Leo just after Faust and Cronus leave. Leo, being watched by his subordinates, quickly schemes to let Johnny off the hook, but the situation escalates. Eventually, they're interrupted by Kum Hae-hyun. With a complete understanding and control of all things material, Kum Hae-hyun is a master tuner. Hearing there was an incident with the Japanese colony, she rushes to the scene to investigate.
And yes, that is she, for those of you in the back who don't know this game.
Hae-hyun
the reason why Hae-hyun is she is not because of
happiness of the reunion is short.
What's the term I want to use here? Gender fluidity.
Towards the town,
yeah.
And her expression darkens.
The body you see right here in front of you is a robot.
Inquires about Kum's name, which she
basically
thinks
a mech,
like a girl's name. Kum teases her, but then decides to reveal the truth. She's actually a teenage girl, piloting Jeon Ryok Kum, an exoskeleton of an old man. She inherited the position of head of the Kum family, but due to strict traditions preventing women from leadership, she hides her true identity. Johnny hesitates in asking for the favor, knowing that it's a lot to ask, but Kum reassures him.
先日のことだ。それがしのもとに古い友人から連絡が入った。どんな男が常ならば決して発さぬ頼むという言葉を使った。さて、うぬがそれがしの立場ならどうする？生きる。ドクターの連絡先だ。直接話してくれ。
Completely unrelated. Have you seen what Faust's booty poke super does to Kum?
No.
So it zooms in on Kum inside the mech, and she has nothing but system errors across her screen.
Oh my god. That's fantastic. Oh my god, I love it.
Have you seen Ravens?
That I have.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Oh my god, just him looking at the screen like, yeah.
Hell yeah.
That and Eno's just enjoying herself.
Faust connects to Kum, and they discuss the situation. Colony residents have had strange symptoms. Daily temperature increases of 0.002 degrees, rapid increases in metabolism. Faust believes a cure can be found in an ancient book he's seen before. Kum is no doctor, but can tell that something massive is affecting the entire population. Worried about containment, she compares the situation to seeing black smoke, but no fire. The enemy is not the outbreak, it's time. As a child, Baiken had her family and her home stolen away from her by war. Small and weak, she could do nothing to stop the attack. She could only watch the chaos around her as the face of her disgusting foe burned itself into her mind. Now she lives her life solely for revenge. Wandering her own path, a collect call carrier makes the mistake of sneaking up on Baiken. On the line, she's being asked to return to the colony as it's becoming overcrowded with outsiders of all kinds. The man on the phone also reports to her that he has no info on the whereabouts of that man. Revealed to be Anji Mito, he wonders how to tell her that the Gearmaker might not be the one who she wants revenge on. The Universal Will. Believing it was somehow related to the recent incident, Chip ordered Answer to investigate. Working hard on the case, Answer receives a call from Hiyori, another of Chip's government employees. Answer reports that he found a Conclave note hidden in Harden Fort that sounded like a confession. They had an ideology behind their actions, but it's unclear if and how they worked with the Universal Will. Finishing up his investigation, Answer arrives in the Japanese colony, sensing strong ki in Ogre Valley. He is immediately detected by Baiken, who doesn't take kindly to outsiders trespassing, even if they call themselves diplomats. After all,
and I am
the
a
administration
princess.
has already labeled the people of the colony a cancer upon the world. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Answer shows Baiken his note and explains that it's not yet clear why the administration is showing up in the colony, but if Chip's hunch is right, this isn't over yet.
戦場になるってことか。そうならないことを祈ります。しからば。
Prologue. Universal Will. Elphelt regains the emotions she almost lost. Nevertheless, she's fallen into the hands of the Universal Will. The Sanctus Maximus looks over an unconscious Elphelt and revels at the thought that a destiny centuries in the making was nearly upon them. Just a little more. Elphelt awakens, no longer wearing her wedding attire. She seemingly has forgotten all recent events and thinks about finding a husband, but realizes she's forbidden from falling in love. She can't remember who Mother is. Standing alone at the Central Organ Tower, she wonders if she'll ever get married, when suddenly a system voice is heard. Something resembling Soul appears and hits on her.
いい天気だな。こんな日はてめえの可愛い顔がクソでかい、美しく見えるぜ。
やだ、モーソルさんたら。あ、もしかして私を狙ってたりします？
悪くねえ。こんないい女、俺のギアの血がバーベキューにするってことだ。
I like how it starts the Dragon Install the Dragon
Elphelt
Install
tries
animation.
to get him to sign the nuptials, but her memory breaks down again.
シチュエーション G 修正エラー。
見るに耐えない。もうやめよう。不思議には思わなかったのかい。君は誰にでも素直に好意を寄せられるので、実は自ら遠ざけている。きっとこのやり方では君を傷つけてしまうだけだ。
あの感情が芝居じゃねえって言うなら。
うるさいな。やれやれ。これではいけないな。
The most recent turn of events for which the world holds the Conclave responsible was but a small part in a much grander scheme plotted by the Sanctus Maximus and Bedman. What exactly is the world of absolution? The curtain was about to rise. Elphelt awakens once again in a dream. This time, Bedman greets her, wondering why she was born with emotions anyway. He explains that she's about to become the world tree of a new era, and that Mother is trying to help all these helpless souls that need to be recycled and cleansed. He offers her a pleasant dreamlike reality, where she can wish for anything, but she rejects it, attacking him. Ultimately to no avail, she begins to feel a headache and starts to wake up. Alarmed that she might be reacting to the flame of corruption, he teleports away. He locates the cause of the disturbance, Jack O. Valentine.
Coming from this bitch?
Confused and unsure about who or what
showing her
he's looking at,
ass?
Bedman has never heard of this cast member. After a fight ensues, he is shaken by the readings coming from her backyard power. Suddenly, the child becomes the adult.
Wow, what a freak.
でもここまで法力学に通じた人材は見たことがない。せっかく面白い話ができそうなのに残念ね。敵対する前に出会いたかったわ。
なぜそのことを知っている。そんなことザトウのような一度死んだ人間でなければ。まさか。
ああ、なるほど。あなた覚醒しているとオーバーヒートしてしまうのね。物理メモリではあなたの思考速度を処理しきれない。
That's wild.
Shocked at what the Gearmaker had up his sleeve, Bedman realizes that she's just as compatible as Elphelt, and he's trying to beat them to justice, preventing their world of absolution. Elphelt awakens from the dream and remembers where she was, imprisoned in justice, awaiting the fusion.
How you doing, Logan? You feeling all right?
I'm a little tired,
Story
but
mode.
yeah. But holy shit, there's so much.
There's so much.
In an unknown location, Ariel
This
stands
bullshit
next to Elphelt
blazing.
at the Courts of Justice. A radio plays Ariel's sermon. Meeting Mother for the first time, Elle is disgusted at her disingenuity. but Ariels assures her she means every word. Killing all redundancies will allow for the true humanity to be born. Elle having emotions is necessary, else she'd be no different from all the redundancies. She muses that Ramlethal has become a hindrance, and perhaps it's time to kill her. At a supernatural research facility in Finland, Zappa and his co-worker Randy shoot the shit about things like spontaneous spikes of backyard data density known as information flares, Randy's infamous global hacking prowess, and the new cute girl in charge of Sector 3. In the years since his incurable possession...
Let's talk about that. That'd be the equivalent in their universe of, hey, the government said found that UFO the other day, right? And no one knows what that is. That's the equivalent of what they're talking about. Hey, we keep getting information flares over here, but I mean, it's whatever. I guess no one knows what that is, so.
Well, I mean, do you not know that the U.S. government was like, yeah, UFOs are a thing, #bye. They literally put out a thing going, yeah, some of these things are UFOs, we don't fucking know, but also they probably aren't aliens, but whatever. Deuces.
I mean, it just means unidentified flying object, and the information flares are just that, information flares. Except they're not, because they're blood important, so...
Zappa's channeled his distress into studying the supernatural as a hard science, realizing there was nothing occult about that which could be measured and quantified.
Yeah.
Suddenly, a gargantuan information flare with tremors is detected, classified Category 3 on the Zappa scale of paranormal likelihood, unprecedented in size and scale, until suddenly multiple are detected.
So that's
Kai
bad.
requests an audience with the Sanctus
That's some
Maximus
shit.
to discuss the matter of the Opus units. Ariels says that it was her oversight, but Kai places the blame on the Conclave. She asks how he would keep the public from panicking, and he says that he would tell them the truth, dismantle the Opus, and dispatch soldiers in their place. Ariels is unimpressed, but Kai believes that the Opus uprising would be a worse outcome than just upsetting the public. She agrees to decommission the units, and noting how beloved he is by the people, asks him to participate in the upcoming celebration of the end of the Crusades. Kai doesn't think the time is appropriate, but she feels inspiration is needed now more than ever.
精進いたします。それでは。
だからもしお前が疑わしき人間と出会ったらこう聞いてみろ。
どうしました？
いえ、その人類にとって耐え難き苦渋の歴史は全て人間が自ら招いた結果とも言えます。そのような愚かな存在でも西王様は人間を
I actually love the way he does it, because he's not just fucking it up, you know?
Yeah, he's not like, you like humanity?
He's genuinely asking as if, even though we make the mistakes, do you still like it?
As Kai leaves, what little doubt he had becomes something close to certainty. Bedman appears, warning Ariels of the existence of Jacko.
彼が隠していたジャック王という少女はおそらくジャスティスの完全適合生体だ。
Zato speaks directly with Daryl, the third king of Valyria. He's pragmatic and somewhat dismissive of Zato's questions. He'll clear a path for the assassins, so he just wants results. Kai questions Daryl's intentions to absorb the Assassin's Guild without consulting the other kings. Daryl explains that it has not yet happened, but he did so knowing that Kai would have rejected outright. We live in a world where the conclave that founded their laws couldn't be trusted, nor could their lapdogs, the post-war administration bureau. Kai is aware that his method of justice through litigation would have been a massive time and resource sink. Daryl says that he's simply doing what Kai did in bringing Ramlethal over to their side, as they needed all the allies they can get. The assassins then meet to celebrate the next chapter for their guild. Slayer remarks that it was right to not go to Kai, as Daryl seems heavily motivated by profits. Their next order of business is tracking down Bedman to reclaim the guild's honor. Venom politely declines to stay for wine and cheese, as time is of the essence for his next mission.
What do you think his next mission
Soul meets
is?
up with Axel for drinks at a bar, and asks him to investigate the past for any clue that could help. Axel's known Soul for centuries, so he can tell that this request isn't just business, but unfortunately, he can't help. Because despite discovering that he has subconsciously been controlling his time slips, he can't do it anymore. Axel tells him the truth. If he world jumps, everything could end. But Soul doesn't really seem to react. Axel asks Soul what he would do if he chose the old timeline.
You want me to say I'll kill you?
そうじゃないけど、自分でもどうしたらいいかわからないんだ。
厄介事が増えるな、ごめんだ。
Soul rides his Firewheel Mark II motorcycle, named for his summon during Baptisma 13, thinking of a
Fucking
conversation
awesome.
with Axel.
盲目な進化による破滅と一人のエゴによる破滅、どちらがよりくだらねえか。
Suddenly, the ground swells and erupts, and a giant unknown beast attacks.
Hey, Logan, you see that? You see that right there? You wanna know what that is? That's the information flare.
Oh.
But quickly collapses onto itself, triggering a massive explosion. Soul barely escapes by launching over a cliff. Without enough time to cast Levitate, he summons the Firewheel and uses Junkyard Dog explosions to propel himself to safety.
Jesus Christ. Soul, you're fucking wild, man.
Looking back at the explosion, Soul accepts Paradigm's offer to reach out to the Gearmaker for answers. In downtown Illyria, two troublemaking children are throwing rocks at Robo-Kai, who appears to be living off the streets, washed up, and selling services. As the kids are getting the best of him,
Robo-Kai sounds like a smoker. Just want you to let you know that.
Venom approaches. He offers Robo-Kai a job, but seeing his ridiculous behavior, he thinks, what a massive waste of post-war administration bureau money and resources.
Hey man, this is a soldier who got put out of a job.
Ignored, so he decides to build a case.
And he's a
starts
robot.
By visiting the Royal Library, but everything he looks for is already taken by Faust, sitting nearby. Happy to see a familiar face, he notices the books, including one written by Slayer, and realizes they're working on the same case. The duo then travel to the gates of Illyria Castle, but a guard is giving them a hard time for attempting to barge in. Just then, Leo and Paradigm are walking through the castle grounds, discussing recent reports from Finland, when they spot them at the door. Kum uses her tuning abilities to read May, and sees that there's a notable difference between someone like her who's had suppressive treatments and the rest of the residents. But she's running out of time. May gives her a pirate's charm for good luck, but quietly reminds her to remember to eat because she's been skipping meals. Soul sits in Kai's office as he does paperwork, telling him to hurry up before his foo-foo soft cushions turn his ass soft too. Kai offers to switch seats, but Soul says that chair would turn him square. He pauses a beat and asks,
なぜ聞かねえ。
何をだ？
俺の過去だ。
聞いていいのか？
保証する。面白い話じゃねえ。二言目には勝負だのなんだろ。あれほどやかましかったお前が。いや、お前だけが未だに何も聞かねえ。
It's like you don't even give a
あ
fuck.
の頃はお前を剣で任すことしか考えていなかったからな。他のことはどうでもよかったのさ。それに月も落としたくなかった。
お前がそんな玉か。
言ってなかったが、こう見えて私は信心深いんだ。それ、私もお前の過去に興味がないわけではない。しかし、相手を理解したい気持ちと全てを知ることは違う。私にとっては、フレデリックという男の過去よりも、ソルバットガイの未来の方が大事だ。
Soul asks if Kai really thinks he has a future. Kai then offers a glass of whiskey. He himself doesn't drink, but hears this is a good one. And it lends to the atmosphere. Soul says it'll look better if some's missing, and Kai agrees. His job is to give people
I
hope
love it. It'll
so
look
that they can
better
still
if
enjoy the
Sun
little
is
things.
missing.
So, literally, that conversation was, I mean, I don't drink, but it looks cool, right? And he goes, it'll look even cooler if some's gone, right? Right?
Right.
These guys are dorks.
Hope doesn't have to tip the scales of the world, but if he can't look out for his friends, he's not fit to rule. Soul says he can start by learning how to drink. Sin visits Ram in Royal Fleet 1 and notices that even her posture is emotive now. Her fingers are showing anxiety. She's worried about Elle, and worried about fitting in.
私もそう。人の幸福を定義することは難しい。私は多分今幸せなんだ。でもこの窓に映る私が笑うにはエルが足りない。
窓？
ここで得た時間は幸せで暖かかった。光のある世界。窓の向こうは冷たくて寒い暗い世界。
Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's got heavy, right?
What the fuck is going on?
Heavy だった。
世界から外を見てもそこに映るのは幸せな自分たちだけ。エルはずっとあっち側にいる。ここからは見えない。
You know what this scene could use? A drunk.
Oh god damn it, Soul.
ねしだい。
親父。なんだよ急に。まさか飲んでんのか？
ああ。ギア細胞の最も優れている点は。
I may be immortal, my metabolism may be amazing, but I can still get drunk.
And the entire wall of the ship with it.
ラムレザー。窓一枚で人の幸福を隔てる。お前が壁だと思っているものはお前自身の迷いだ。そんなもんはぶっ壊せ。行きたいところに行ける。ダニー・ミサイルズだぞ。
Ramlethal's favorite burger joint. Chip and Answer review their plans for the Eastern Chip Kingdom's involvement in the upcoming war. Examining the Conclave letter written by Libraria, it implies that the Conclave and Universal Will were at odds with each other.
What if you were in high school and your dad just kicked down your door? Food.
Maximus, Happiness the 27th, was deranged before he died, but on his deathbed,
what's really funny about that?
Universal
Is that
it's
happened?
Basically happened
before the first Valentine ever appeared.
And I will do
He
the
was
same
also
thing.
The one who directly appointed Ariels as cardinal. In a wasteland area, Bedman closely observes another massive gear explosion.
順調に成長している。佐野中蔵。
Suddenly, he notices Slayer casually.
That was a Japanese name, huh? I'll come to beat that ass. I love Slayer so much.
Kill him.
From a distance, Zato explains to Milia that Bedman's trick relies on reading your mind just before you attack, and the only way around it is to simply stop thinking.
Oh, monkey.
Oh yeah, monkey.
That's cool.
God, he's so cool.
That's just fucking Dante. Oh my god, it's Slayer Dante?
He's alt Dante.
Dude.
お返しだ。
Slayer is so cool.
As they fight, Bedman is forced to take things seriously.
8%だけ本気を出す。
おいおい、温まるのは少し早くないかね。
Savor all the moment to climax.
もう少しというのはわがままかね。
ザトウの能力が機能することは分かった。この辺で満足してちょうだい。
Aww.
こんな機会、この先100年もないのだね。この先は私の友人に譲ると。
I love that. Oh, I won't get a fight like this for a long time.
With that, they teleport away, leaving Bedman confused. In Illyria Castle, a meeting of the minds between Paradigm, Faust,
Tell me that wasn't
Zappa,
me.
Saul, Kai,
No,
and
it
Leo
is.
underway.
Now,
Leo
wait
is
until you
over
see
his
Nago,
as
and then you
others
go,
are
no,
discussing
that's
magical
you.
theory and the links between everything occurring.
の風船が現実の空間だと思ってください。この中には1リットルまで水が入るとします。そして水は情報です。まあ風船ですから水が1リットル前後で多少増減することはそんなに問題にはなりません。ところが何らかの原因でこの水が突然10リットルとかの大きな単位で増えてしまう現象を情報体フレアと言います。
Information flares are what happens when the information mass exceeds 256 pb per cubic meter. The results can sometimes cause possession or strange phenomena to occur, such as spontaneous combustion or seeing someone who's halfway around the world. Under extreme circumstances, matter can be rewritten, like turning dirt into steel. Faust has a different hypothesis, however.
Huh?
So basically, information flares are what happens when something gains way more information than it should have. So imagine like a brick, right? And a brick weighs like, I don't know, 5 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that all of a sudden, for no inexplicable reason, it just weighs a ton. What happened?
Okay.
So is that brick is no longer a brick.
破壊神ジャスティスが聖戦を始めた日、同時に日本が消滅した日の記憶です。生存者の証言内容はまるで今回の件に似ている。ここです。ジャスティスが日本を破壊する直前、ジャパニーズの体に異変が起こったことが記されています。その時、坂田はもだえ苦しみ、巨大で異質な生き物へと変貌を遂げた。これは
The genetic after effect was kept relatively secret, but this is the reason the Japanese survivors were quarantined into a colony and given treatment to delay ill effects. But now, since a placebo was recently introduced, they'd be vulnerable if they came into contact with a powerful information flare. The resulting overload would exceed the limits, creating volatile antimatter. Understanding the danger, Faust gets to work on a cure, while Zappa gathers prediction data for where the next flares will occur. Ino and Axel meet in unknown liminal space. Surprised that he found this place, she remarks that he must have control over his abilities now. She wonders if he's going to give her some pipe dream about using it for the greater good, but he says no. He's afraid of the fact that he could theoretically do anything with it.
What if that dog thought it was a wolf?
自分は狼だと主張すれば、少なくとも犬以外の何かになる。そいつにしか見えない景色も見つかる。人が生きていく権利なんてね、自分以外の誰も見つけてはくれないんだよ。
Jacko is frustrated that they're running out of time and can't move until that man returns. The longer they wait, the lower the rate of success. Raven notices an injury on her leg from fighting Bedman and begins healing it. She asks why he's being so nice today, to which he replies that he's forgotten what it's like to have normal conversation, or to use his voice for anything other than fighting. Raven realized that when he hurt Ramlethal by calling her an emotionless doll, he became one himself. He swore not to let that happen.
あなたがそんなおセンチな人だったとは驚きね。
Leo tries to get a read on Soul about his past, wanting to know what his long-term purpose is behind stopping justice for personal reasons. He offers to wipe the books clean if Soul saves the world. Sol says the only thing certain is that he's getting back Elle, no matter what. She doesn't belong in the world of ancient relics like him or Jack-O. Zappa and Paradigm use the advanced castle equipment to run Zappa's forecast of information flares, and they quickly realize that the concentrated
There's a lot going on right now. We haven't been giving commentary. You've just been watching.
No, explosion with enough energy to fuse Elfelt and Justice. Bursting into Leo's office, Paradigm reports that they have 52 hours to stop them from engulfing the world. During the Cradle incident, Bedman sealed the Gearmaker inside of a prison surrounded by absolute defense Felion. But he's able to sense what's happening outside. Suddenly, Kronos appears in the unknown space and dispels the barrier, noting that that man's black hole strategy worked on the Cradle but can't be done alone. The spell can only be cast by those with proper authorization, even within the backyard, so this makes it clear who the enemy is.
人類とギアの血の歴史に完全なる決着をつけねばならない。となれば、お前はあのソルバット街に全てを話す必要があるだろう。そういうことか。
Tell him.
100年以上も告白できずに。
Is that what you just said?
Tell him.
Tell him.
恨まれていれば、フレデリックとつながっていられると思ってきた。
So,
ちゃんと説明できるかな。
Asuka's whole point of this, of not telling Sol what he was planning to do with Arya and the gears and everything, was, I have no idea how I'm going to explain this to him. Maybe if he hates me, we can still be friends.
God damn it. That I don't know how I'm gonna explain it. I'm gonna make him irrevocably mad at me.
Hey, at least we'll still have a connection then.
Trusted the Gearmaker with the seed. Kronos has taken many lives, but has no regrets, as it was all to preserve the future. Kum Hae-hyun receives an unexpected visitor, Baiken. She asks if Kum can save her people, noting that he has no obligation to do so. He explains that each link on the chain he wears is from a different country, and that they're united in the hopes that people will also come together. Baiken is satisfied. She leads him to a sacred tree, hidden from outsiders, that has been nourished with ki from birth. It should be able to magnify ki abilities manyfold. As long as he protects her people, she'll protect him. Ariel sees that Paradigm and friends are starting to move. Elfelt pleads with her to stop, but to no avail. Ariel says that the perfect tomorrow she creates will be one in which everyone agrees. She's been incredibly patient, and she commends them for trying really hard for millions of years up until now. But if you burn some eggs making breakfast, then you just have to make them again. Ariels then summons Phalanx 9, her personal guard of mind-controlled warriors, as well as an anti-matter
yeah, they don't
with
matter.
a little girl as a hostage. In the Illyrian war room, Zappa has the command center scan all Category 2 areas for non-evacuees. Recognizing her voice, he perchance asks Alexis if she's the new girl in charge of Sector 3. She is. Scanning over the Scandiva area, she suddenly starts picking up Elfelt's signal. That man returns to the sanctuary and reconvenes with Jack-O and Raven. They suspect El's signal is a trap, and Raven departs the Scandiva. Paradigm suspects a trap as well. Ramlethal volunteers to go in. At worst, casualties are kept to a minimum, and at best, she can scan for clues. Sin joins her, as does a minimal escort of soldiers. Upon arrival in the Scandiva sector, the group splits up to cover the evacuated area. As they do, Ariels drops an antimatter gear right above Ram.
Great, thanks. Lovely. Thanks,
Sick.
Mom, my favorite.
It begins collapsing, so she flies away, but notices a little girl still within the blast radius.
Good shit, Ram, go.
She stops to save her, but gets ambushed by a Phalanx 9 unit.
Oh, good.
Quickly summoning Lucifero, she throws the hostage up and commands him to escape with her, knowing that it's too late for herself. She sends Sin a message.
シン、私は本当はずっと笑う練習をしていたんだよ。いつか
Jesus fucking Christ.
Are you depressed yet?
So much has happened, and also nothing has happened.
Yeah. Oh, it's called character development.
Elphelt screams. But Ariel says this was always the plan for Ramlethal, the failure. Later, a convict hammer reports to Kai that some remains of Ram have been recovered for a state funeral, but that his report also contains other disturbing results. Paradigm confirms contact with the Gearmaker. He teleports directly into their office alongside Jacko.
What's up, y'all?
We in this bitch. Come on, that man. Let's go.
Explains that the Universal Will's actions seem to be confusing at a glance, but have a singular purpose: the creation of an everlasting, indestructible life form that will serve as humanity's replacement.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
The Big Five mass extinction events of the past were not limited to Earth. They were previous instances of the absolute world, wiping out life across the universe.
バックヤードには2つの情報有機体が存在する。そうね。アダムとイブとでも呼称しましょう。アダムとイブは意志や知性を持たない。お互いただごく稀に出現しては消滅を繰り返しているの。でも、その2つが
I don't know if you've ever studied physics, right? But
barely.
That sounds very similar to a concept of there's always particles just popping in and out of existence inexplicably. No one knows why.
同時に出現すると、現世とバックヤードは境界が曖昧になり、一時的に融合する。それが絶対確定世界と呼ばれる状態。そして、その状態に耐えられないものは絶滅してしまう。
の死である第一の男は再び絶対確定世界が起こらないようにアダムとイブをそれぞれ2つの種に封じ込めた。種だと。
一つをユノの天秤と名付け、そしてもう一つを
背徳の炎と呼んだ。
Leo then asks why the Universal Will wants to create a new humanity.
そうだね。それじゃあ昔話をしよう。
Yeah, okay, yeah, so I was correct with the original. Alright, Logan, I know you gotta go to work, so do you want to keep going, or?
Fuck no, dude, I'm about to pass out. Not even joking, the last, 15 minutes I've been like, keep your eyes open.
Alright,
Keep your eyes open.
Alright, bro, we will continue this tomorrow, then.
Yeah, fuck, that is tomorrow. Sounds good.
Well, we're almost done.
Yeah.
Because if part 7 is the final, that's literally it. But yeah, we will continue this tomorrow. All right, guys, we will see you tomorrow. We're going Guilty Gear lore, and then maybe actually the game.
Maybe.
Goodbye.
Why?